Hey, Luca, you had to foul out, bro. Why you trying to take a charge like that, man? You did not have to do that. He did not have to do that. Anyhow, mic check, cam check. Um, think we're good on all ends there. There's a drum roll. Let's see, I think YouTube is working. Yeah, what's the current barrage build? This is pretty much the one on Maxroll. I will make some adjustments eventually, but I'm gonna play it some more before I do. That being said, I think this actually might be a shorter stream, unless I somehow get like rated like a massive raid or whatever. But even then, I think I still might just make it a shorter stream. For whatever strange reason, I've been in quite a bit of pain yesterday and today. In the surgical area, and I don't know why, and it's been kind of bothering me. Taking pain meds and everything, and it still bothers me. So I'm a little concerned. I think I'm gonna give a call or call up tomorrow, see if I can figure out what is happening. Did D4 good, but yeah, we're gonna barrage tonight. Am I caught outside near the water? I mean, pretty good weather out here, man. As you can tell, the trees are getting enough, moonlight and whatnot and stuff. When I mean, these look like trees that would not have his leaves in the wintertime type of ordeal. At least, so yeah, it's kind of nice out there. There's a campfire behind me too. Did you not see the campfire? Hold on, let me see if I can. The other way, I don't know. There it is. Yeah, see, this little fire pit. Yeah, I'm chilling. we have to transition to outer space real quick though. So here we go. All right, now we're out of space. Do you think Penitent Greed or Penitent Boost are worth the Heartseeker build? I think it's like a side thing you can do. I mean, I did it for like 2 days, and I feel kind of like I feel like it's okay. I think it's better to do it with like a regular legendary helm versus like a Shaco. So I like Penitent Greaves with their regular helm. But you are pretty glassy if you do it that way. Yeah, you don't take any chances to get that checked out ASAP. Yeah, I'm just it's not even about the resting, man. Like I guess I'm frustrated because it's like I'm doing everything I'm being told to do. I'm not lifting anything heavy. But I'm told to walk around a bit. And so I walked around a lot today. Like I went outside and like just kind of just walked around the neighborhood or whatever like that. And I came back and I felt worse. Like I felt like the area was like more so on fire, more so than anything else. And I'm just not quite understanding why I'm in more pain now than I was like last week or a week before that. Like I don't get it. Like I know it's like a super slow recovery process, but I should feel like I'd be getting better per day, like slightly better per day, not like reverting or whatever. So yeah, I don't know what it is. So I'm a little worried. Can I see Sandra Bullock out there? It's possible that it's re-ruptured. Can you go in like more detail? I mean, I haven't pulled anything. Like I haven't picked up anything like heavy. I mean, I picked up food. That's probably the heaviest thing I picked up. But like I haven't done that like for the first 4 weeks. So that's what's going on. Appreciate the sub. Can you ask what happened? I had a double hernia surgery over about 5 weeks ago. So I've been kind of a potato for a bit. You got turned into a zombie. Don't lie. Yeah, it's the thing. You can't overdo things. But I guess I don't. I was just walking. Like, is walking? Like, I don't know. Don't eat spicy stuff. I don't even like spicy things. So yeah, definitely not eating anything spicy. The game wide nerf to master working duration effects. Oh, that thing. Does it matter if you use swords or daggers for Heartseeker, or is a preference? It doesn't matter. It legit doesn't matter. It's one of those things where, like, I mean, if you can get daggers, sure, because it makes your dash and shadow step feel slightly more snappy, but there's no DPS difference between them. So, it's basically, it's just best to get whatever, or pick whatever rolls best. So even if you get like one dagger and one sword, that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'll give you a fair price for it.
What up, Winja? He said, "Oh damn, right, never had one of those, so I'm familiar." When you had the hernia, I was on strict rest for like 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, I started introducing new things and check out worse. So I went back to my surgeon. He said I opened it up and had to rest for an additional 6 weeks. Oh, bro, man, what? That's awful. Celtics tore it up. I'm mad about that game, man. Freaking Luka. How you gonna foul out with 5 minutes left, bro? Why you gonna sit there and throw yourself? You knew you had 5 fouls, bro, and then you take the risk of trying to get a charging call at the freaking 3-point line. Really, man? Do I have a barrage? Do I have a build for barrage by chance? Yeah. I'm the author of the Maxroll barrage guide. So I'm pretty sure it happened in a split second, getting out of bed, like I was fine, and then just felt pain come on. That's kind of, honestly, that's kind of what I feel right now. Cause like right now it's just like throbbing pain right now. It just won't go away, even after I taken like some meds. I don't understand it though. But like, they tell you to do things. They tell you to do things. They tell you to move around. They tell you to like do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just frustrated now, though. Mad at his team for not helping all series. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but you have to understand though. Luka has been like, Luka has the ball in his hands, like practically almost more than any other player in the NBA, right? So like, the team is just used to him just doing Luka magic. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously Luka typically has to do. I mean, well, Kyrie played pretty well tonight, though. He did. But it's like Luka's so used to being so ball dominant that like the rest of the team is like, well, what do we do when Luka's fouled out? You know, or what do we do when he actually needs help? And it's like, well, usually we just let him do his thing.
It is done.
Yeah, Kyrie was balling. He was. Hopefully yours is okay. I know the feeling of frustration that's off when you feel so helpless. Yeah, bro, I'm so fed up over this thing, man. And it's really affecting like many things I need to get done. Especially in July. So like, if I'm out for another, like, let's say 4 or 6 weeks, man, like that is not good. Zilkiwi, what's up, man? You said hydrate. Actually didn't even bring anything upstairs. Luka's usage rate is probably top 10 of all time. I'm pretty sure it's like in the Guinness Book of World Records for one individual having any sort of type of ball in their hands. I'm sure he sets the Guinness Book of World Records for that. Has to. Did I watch Woody's video about dropping lucky hit vulnerable and using the curse touch? Well, he didn't necessarily say do it, but I did watch the video. What he's saying is that like it was a little less effective because of the duration thing, and that if you're geared, like if you're not like really well geared or whatnot, that you would be better off doing a curse touch. But like honestly, I've played Heartseeker ever since the patch, and I haven't felt any difference in my runs at all with my chance to make enemies vulnerable. But then keep in mind though, like I'm sure I have better gear than Woody Joe because he's had his characters die a couple of times this season. So like he's probably not as well geared out as like, you know, someone who might have been playing a lot in softcore or whatever. So I totally get where he's coming from. Yeah, I mean, I haven't noticed a difference. When I do get back to playing Heartseeker, I'll pay more attention, I guess, and see whether or not I need to make the choice. The rest part of him trying for the charge is that he knew it was still 4 minutes. Yeah, he did. It was 50-50 when halftime. I mean, Dallas was actually leading by, what, 13 points in the first quarter at one point? Then, oh, I killed somebody. Oh, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't even know you was there. All I see is an ear in the ground. I'm like, why is there an ear in the ground? It's like, oh, dude's just laying there. My bad, sir. I did not know you were there. I'm sorry. So you still have percent to be vulnerable for a second. Well, I haven't changed anything out when I was playing Heartseeker, and I haven't noticed anything. I personally haven't noticed anything different. We'll be here whenever you get back. Yeah, well, I don't know. You would think so, but I've been doing this long enough to know that like usually that kind of like reserved for like your popular creators with the audience that's been around for a while. But I get what you're saying. So I give up on Heartseeker Road? No, sir. I'm just messing around with different things. I haven't played Barrage in a while, so I kind of want to play Barrage. Ainsley, what's going on, man? I remember you from Woody Joe's chat. Are you ready to see the 90 speed run? Have you not checked out my VOD? Like yesterday's VOD, streaming VOD. I mean, you'll see it today anyways as well, but there are a couple of changes I'm gonna make. I don't know how well it's gonna play out, but we're gonna try. I changed my Paragon board a little bit. That's a lot of work. Thanks for raiding. Clipped this yesterday. I've been following for a while. He's such a nice guy. Yeah, dude was so appreciative of the raid. Like I was just like, what was it? I was so like I was trying to leave, but I couldn't leave because he just kept, you know, going on about like how awesome the raid was, and like I felt really good for him. You know what I mean? I'm just like that feels good. Like I know exactly how that feels. Right? So I was happy for him. I have a question. I got a Starless with GA core damage and a Doombringer with GA core damage. Would it be worth to run a Barrage or Rapid Fire build? No and no. Nah. I mean, Doombringer, if you want to be tankier, you can, but you give up a lot of offense. So like that's a call that you have to make for yourself. Like, do you want to be tankier and that's it? If so, then yeah, you can do Doombringer, but again, you lose a lot of damage. Starless guys, I just don't think it's worth losing out tempers as well as an aspect, because I think all the aspects right now are actually really important to have. So there isn't really an aspect you can drop that will make Starless Skies a contender. Okay. Alright, so I'm leaving. Alright guys, stop putting this stuff. I'm leaving. Alright, peace. Starless Skies looked unstable, unusable. I mean, you can use it. It just like the upkeep of it. It's just really not worth what you get, for one, and two, there's just better options slightly. What's the most health should we have on a Heartseeker build? If you're following the Maxroll guide, I mentioned like 40,000 plus is usually what you should probably shoot for. I run with about 30k because I run all Dex gems in my armor, but I don't suggest people do that though. So if you see me play it, I wouldn't go that route. You banned that word? Which word? Too bad Pinshot, Twisted and Blaze are dead. Pinshot's actually good. I guess you just don't see anyone playing it, but Pinshot's actually good. Like, I kid you not. It's just that it takes a lot to make Pinshot like work. Like, you need really good gear for Pinshot to work well. How about use Godslayer or Kyle the Nameless in any serious endgame builds? No. Nope. Godslayer actually is okay on Heartseeker. Like, for like speedruns, you can do that if you want. But past that, that's pretty much it. I guess we'll my master working is so bad. Look at it. Look how horrible this amulet is. I really need a new amulet. I think I have Moonrise here, right? So all right, we're gonna try something a little different or whatever, but I guess we'll shoot for the 90. YOLO. Say less, thank you. You're good, man. Is there a cap on Heartseeker projectors to hit the cast twice? Yes, 100%. You can't go over 100%. Wow. Okay, that was bad. I thought I dodged. Round 2. Can't like get a good positioning. These spiders hurt.
Need more time.
God, they hurt. I think I'm missing something. Let's see.
Need more time. Time to recharge.
Frostbiters again. Yeah, they do hurt. I'm trying to play around traps a bit more on this. I might be gambling a bit much on it though. CC.
I'm not ready. Need more time. Need more time.
Game's been fun since 1997. What game?
I'm not ready.
Spirit Caller. That's gonna take a bit.
Need more time. Need more time.
Like this boss and Echohack on Barrage is rough.
I'm not ready.
Like I prefer to fight Outlaw, believe it or not.
Need time to recharge. Need more time. Need more time.
Oof. That was bad. It was marginally better. Wish I was playing a bit better, but yeah. Spirit Caller and Echohack are really bad for some reason. It's more so like the hurt box is so small. Like every mob or whatever like that has like a different hurt box in the game. I don't know why I just stood there. But yeah, so like but for some strange reason, even though Echohack is fat, really? Gear's broken? Whatever, we'll rip it. But yeah, every like Echohack for whatever strange reason looks like it's big, but it's like it's such a small hurt box. So like a lot of your arrows miss. But for some strange reason, Outlaw, like the little skinny archer, dude boss, like for whatever strange reason, his hitbox is actually like not that bad. It's like the weirdest thing. Let's try something else real quick. We're gonna go with high velocity here. Yeah, I wish my gear was like a little better, but that's okay. We can get the barrage build on Maxroll. That's what Robin and Mukunda fish for. Yeah, well, that's what Heartseeker fishes for too. Like at the highest end, right? But on a build like Barrage, like it's your clear time is like literally make or break basically the boss that you're fighting in terms of like the hurt box, not like the mechanics or how many like ads or whatever it has. Literally just the hurt box, which is rather silly, but it is what it is. What up, Joseph? They can add ascendant classes for it as well. Well, I kind of would rather see them flesh out the classes we already have now. I feel like there's a lot missing on everybody's skill tree. Okay, so this is a better run in general. I don't like high velocity because it's so inconsistent, but when it works, it works. I made them myself already. Skinny. I may have to drop smoke grenade for a shadow step. Where the mobs at? It's just so empty. You should try Retribution. You sure I should try Retribution? Are you sure? Steampunk, what's going on? Well, then Christ, the short game is on point. Appreciate you. Bossing is a pain. Actually, I don't know how this is on High Master. I hate High Master in general. But what's the hurt box for Barrage? Yeah, actually it's not that bad. The hurt box. Hate the boss. Dude, keeps knocking me around. Quit it. Quit it. I can't even get close. I still got the kill on it. You see how big of a difference that is? Even on a crappy boss like that versus like a Spirit Caller. If anything, that's kind of like the biggest issues I have with Barrage is that watching Moody, he did both dungeons and there wasn't any ads left, and it took him to the boss and the bar wasn't even full. You said you put the retribution on your crossbow. You mean like this? You mean like that? Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it's so like whenever you are fighting a boss, like whenever you find a boss that actually has a good hurt box, Barrage is fine. But it's just so dependent on that, which is so awful. We need a reason to be doing all these pits to max out gear. A new area with pit 100 mods with quest line. Hell, that's why I was asking you what I thought about your idea. Well, I mean, I think it's kind of difficult for Blizzard to kind of like find like a way to challenge us appropriately with the gear that we do find, right? Because you do want to make sure that like you give blasters something to do, but you also don't want to gatekeep the like casuals at the same time. So like there's it's a toughie for them. What's my favorite road build? Right now, Heartseeker. Actually, what do I want to change up? No, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it like it is. We'll do another. You think Rapid Fire will take over after mid-season patch? I don't think it will. When you about takeover, can you give me more of a? What you mean? Like, do you think it'll be better than Heartseeker? Is that what you're saying? I mean, Heartseeker will have to get nerfed in order for Rapid Fire to take over. The only like, if they do anything with Rapid Fire, they're not gonna buff it. They're just gonna make it usable if they're gonna do anything to it. So it's not like it's gonna do more damage. So it'll just be more accessible to play, but it wouldn't be stronger than Heartseeker. But I'd play it. I absolutely would play it. When this patch release, mid-season patch will probably be. They said sometime next week. They put a blog out on the forum saying there'll be some time next week. So sooner than we were thinking. They're gonna have patch notes Friday, which is very soon. I was not expecting it that early. Jay Horner, what's going on? I don't think very many people are gonna buy the new expansion from what I hear. Okay, now that's a hot take. Considering how well they're doing right now for season 4, if they continue the momentum, I don't see why they wouldn't have high expansion sale numbers. And if you're a true Diablo player, like you've been playing Diablo for a while, you know from track record purposes, right, that the expansion has always been a W for Diablo series. From Diablo 2, Diablo 3, the first expansion has always been a big deal, and it's always like made the game better. Even if you don't like what happened, early D3 or even early D2 and early D4, they've always came back with a banger expansion. Do I have build? I have no build. I don't do builds.
Time to recharge. I'm not ready.
I'm gonna drop a smoke grenade for Shadow Step. I'm killing fast enough. I'm just not moving through the content fast enough. I'm just trying to get as much damage as I possibly can out of Barrage, which is why I want it for during the runs. But I guess I don't really need it. Like right here. Build Barrage. It's a Maxroll. Maxroll Barrage. Oh, that hurt. Would not be a good time to get back into D4? Yes. Spirit Caller, no. It's funny. And why do I always get that boss affix? That is so rough on Barrage too. Because I literally have to go back and stop attacking just to move around and not get hit by that.
I can't do that.
Are daggers better for Heartseeker build? More damage to close? Nope. That is not why that is not why you see people take daggers. Yo, look at that hurt box. Look at that. Look how many arrows are missing on this dude. Alright, now this is gonna take a while. Actually no, I got one more stagger left. I'm gonna do it. I think we need to start telling these bosses to eat, man. Get some weight on them. People fish for Spirit Call and meanwhile the ox. I know, right? No. So Chimitsu, here's an easy way to put it, because I get this question a lot. All right, check this out. I'm gonna say it like this: all damage in this game. Well, let's talk about it from a rogue perspective. So we can talk about it from a rogue's perspective. All damage stats suck. Every one of them, except for Dex. Okay, crit damage sucks. Vulnerable damage sucks. Percent damage sucks. Close damage sucks. Damage addition sucks. Crowd control damage sucks. What's some other damage? Marksman damage sucks. Cutthroat damage sucks. They're all bad. They're all additive into this one huge ginormous bucket of just like terribleness. Okay. Now, with that being said, the only damage that is worth it, okay, is one that matches your key passive. Okay, so like for instance, in this case scenario, right? Or skills with your key passive, sorry. In this case scenario, we have precision, right? Precision says, right? This damage is further increased by X% of your critical strike damage bonus. Okay, so now we have one damage type that no longer sucks because now this scales with it. So now crit damage you want because it scales with this key passive. Everything else sucks still. All the damage types sucks except for crit damage. So now you want crit damage everywhere. Now guess what? If you're not playing precision, what do you want? Oh, well, let's look at, let's say, victimize, right? Here's victimize. It says victimize damage is increased by X% of your vulnerable damage. Oh, okay. Well, now vulnerable damage is good and everything else sucks. So now we just want vulnerable damage and everything else you don't care about because it's additive damage and doesn't really increase your actual damage because it's in a huge bucket pool of things you already have a ton of. So close damage on daggers or crit damage on daggers on a Heartseeker build matters not. Why? Because it's not vulnerable damage. So you don't care about it at all whatsoever. That's why there's no literal difference between the two. So you go with whatever rolls better. So if you got a dagger that rolled better than the sword did, then you go with the dagger, right? But if your sword rolled better, you got 3 GA sword and a 1 GA dagger with all the right stats or whatever on both of them, then you take the sword because that's going to matter more. You see what I'm saying? That's how damage right now in the game works. Is it a little confusing? Yes. But the easiest way to look at it on a rogue is if it does not scale with your key passive, it's bad. Or you don't want it. Okay. Press the face got nerfed? Bro, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Still super well explained. Thanks, man. Yeah, I just it gets that like I think when you think about like most action RPGs, crit damage is always good. Like even in the beginning of D4, crit damage was goated, right? So like every action RPG, it's a little weird when people say, "Oh, you don't want crit damage." I'm like, "No, you don't want it. It's bad." It's like, wait, what? Bro, I've been playing action RPGs for 30 years. Ain't no way crit damage is bad. And it's like, well, it's a little different. It works a little different here. Just a teeny bit different. So basic gems now instead of Sapphire for Heartseeker, it makes no difference really. It makes no real difference. If you want to know like the math behind it, Fonzo, if you have a perfectly min-max character, then the topazes are worth 0.1% more damage than the sapphires. 0.1. So technically, yes, it is more damage, but 0.1% more damage. So if you're min-maxing, then yeah, sure, you can go to basic gems. Is it going to help you clear faster? No. It ain't going to do anything for you. Dreadside, what's going on, man? It's 80% chance to cast twice good. It's alright. Generally, you would want like 90 plus roughly, but yeah. What elixirs do I use? Elixir of Advantage. 2. Wait, why I got stuck? So you're playing a Barrage, bro, a little different, but that's better. I have pretty crappy gear, so I wouldn't even look at this as like the a good showing of what this could do. If my gear was like not thrift shopped, I could do a bit better. But yeah. I switched from Heartseeker. Is Heartseeker not OP anymore? From what I heard, author. So like, I put it this way. I was, you know. Actually, no, wait a minute. What'd you say? This from Heartseeker. Rapid fire. Oh, no. This isn't rapid fire. This is Barrage. But, with that being said, if one person decides to do something a little different that day, right? Let's say I drink Pepsi all the time, right? Let's say I wake up and I've been drinking Pepsi for about 2.5 weeks. I chose to drink Coke the next day or 2 or whatever. This doesn't mean that Pepsi is bad or that I don't like Pepsi anymore or that it's horrible. It could just very well mean, hey, I want to drink Pepsi that day. Or maybe there's like this show on Netflix or whatever. I've been watching for like 2 weeks straight, right? And then like the next day I choose a different show, right? It totally doesn't mean that I don't like the previous show anymore. It just means that maybe I wanna watch a different show. So you're saying Heartseeker is like Coke? I like that's what you got out of it. But to answer your question though, no, there's nothing wrong with Heartseeker. It's just that I'm a Maxroll rogue specialist, and so part of my duties on Maxroll is to play all types of rogue builds. So imagine me writing or having 4 or 5 Maxroll guides And I don't play any of them besides one. Spirit Caller, bro. I'm telling you, man. How many times have I gotten Spirit Caller? Don't tell Mukuna or Rob this, but man, I got Spirit Caller what? The majority of my runs? I don't even want Spirit Caller on Barrage. That's the sad part. What did he hit me with? Also, who was that? Component, appreciate the sub. No, I thought you struggled with clearing piss with Heartseeker build. Really? How long have you been here, author? Like on my channel? I see you're not a first time chat, so have you seen me struggle with Heartseeker at all in any pits that I've been doing? Or videos that I made on YouTube? Or I made like 4 different Heartseeker videos. Haven't seen you play Flurry yet? I will be though. I plan on it. Flurry is definitely last on the list, but I plan on it. Ah, jeez, that so hurts. Bro's not watching D4 streams. By the way, dot damage for poison build is useless too, right? No, dot damage actually works for poison builds. That's like an exception-ish to the rule. We're pitted on my speed farmer. These are 90s, which is probably like a little high for my gear level right now. My gear level is like really like crappy. I think someone on the stream really wanted to see 90s, so I did. Well, I promise I would show them 90s. I put it that way. But my clear is definitely based on what boss I get at this level for speeds, which is awful. Really? I didn't get him? Wow. This dude has like no health left. Is it because how many times does that boss mess you up? I guess I don't really know what I can take and what I can't because I'm so used to playing Heartseeker. Like I know how many hits I can take. I know like those kind of things. I don't know anything of that nature right now with the type of gear that I have on with Barrage. So I'm so accustomed to playing like I know, but I don't know, if that makes sense. Is it Andario's build you published using Flurry? It is using Flurry, yes. What pit level do I farm for speed with Heartseeker? Between 105 and 109. Like I'll do 109 if I kind of want more of a challenge for speeds, in a sense. 105 if I'm trying to read the chat and farm. Would be fair to say Andaria's build is a Mountain Dew of Rogue build. I guess that like for everything else, if I was doing Duriel, if I was doing Andarios, if I was doing most of your tormented bosses, I have no problems with Barrage in this. But the moment that I get Spirit Caller or Sea Hag, or maybe even Bramble, I'm not quite sure. Then I just feel like I'm there for ages. But getting there isn't the problem. I'm gonna try poison barrier for barrage. No need. Woody Joe did it, right? So I mean, y'all seen that already, yeah. Um, but the poison barrage is actually like it's like poison barrage is more fun because you get to kind of stay in there and spam. It is a little weaker though, just because unfortunately the key passive for crowd or the crowd control, close quarters combat key passive is just not necessarily in a great state versus precision and also victimize. But yeah, it is more fun to play. I will definitely say that. You play Heartseeker for days before you realize that chance to make enemies vulnerable was so important on a rain. Were you following any guy that didn't tell you that? Unless we get the season 1 and season 3 teams and they just work off season 2 for a team success. Would I do something about those passives? Eventually. Eventually. Can never say when, but eventually. I don't know if there's any other real adjustments I really want to make. There is something I want to do. I do want to try something though, but it's going to require me to change my Paragon board again if I do it. So I don't know if I want to do it. Well, I guess I mean I got time to stream to do it, so we'll get around to doing it, I guess. I always love playing Barrage in previous seasons. Worth making the switch. I mean, it depends on what your expectations are, like what you're trying to do. Or what you're trying to accomplish, right? Like if you're trying to like do high tier pit pushing, of course, I wouldn't suggest Barrage for that. But like if you just want something that just farms, like a speed farmer per se, very good for Helltide, very good for Nightmare Dungeons, really decent on the Tormented bosses too, because they're all pretty large hitboxes. Good on the World boss, because again, large hitbox. You're just gonna have some issues with the pit bosses. Wow, really? Really, dude? Wait, where'd he go? He's dead. That was quick. We're gonna try something a little different next run. Heartseeker remains holding your breath for Friday. Here's the thing. Hold on, before I get into that, you said physics. What's going on? Is it worth to keep the Doombringer and play with it as rogue? So Doombringer is a defensive unique. but you lose a lot of like offense wearing the Doombringer. So you have to make the choice yourself whether that is worth it for you. Generally speaking, most rogue players will say no, but I don't know how much you value defense. So maybe you want to be a super tank or whatever. If so, wear the Doombringer. However, you lose quite a bit of damage, so that's on you. Oh, by the way, in terms of Heartseeker is concerned, everybody's so afraid of a nerf coming to Heartseeker. I get it. Like when they fix they won't really like. So Heartseeker isn't the thing that's bugged or too strong. Obviously, it's the victimized passive double dipping and malice triple dipping and all that jazz or whatever, right? If or when they fix it, whether it's a mid-season patch or next season or whatever, the build will not die. In fact, most players won't really feel much of a difference when they do fix it because most players aren't necessarily pushing or doing content in which you're going to see the effect of that happen the most. So like when you're pushing like that, you know, you're dropping your cow traps, you're dropping your smoke grenade, whatever like that, stuff is lasting long enough for you to really take advantage of the double dipping. If you're just doing hell ties and nightmare dungeons and like really low level pit stuff, you're not going to really notice much of a difference because you're not double dipping a lot of time anyway. But yeah. So for general purpose farming and including like torment boss and stuff like that, like Heartseeker will be fine. People said it about TB. Actually, TB was actually fine in the PTR. Like this past PTR. More things happened to it than that, but yeah, TB actually was actually kind of fine then. So you need to figure it out by yourself. Well, my thing is this, like, do you want to be tanky at the cost of losing about 60 to 70% damage? Like that's, by the way, Spirit Caller again, by the way, guys. So, I mean, that's kind of up to you. Like, I can't make that choice for you. But I will tell you most rogues will not do it because that's a lot of damage that you lose for defense that you normally don't need. As long as you have, you know, Umbrace and Ranks of Dark Shrouds and stuff. But maybe you're different. Like I said, you know, maybe you want to be a super tank. So I can't answer that for you. People are crying about Heartseeker. They're not. Who's crying about Heartseeker? Who's upset that Heartseeker is performing well? Seriously, in a game with no competition, who's really upset about Heartseeker performing well? In reality, who's upset about Barb's performing well, or Sork performing well in a game where there's no competition? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do people care so much about like a class being strong and doing strong things? I'm happy for Barb. I'm happy for Sork. What I don't like though are bugs or whatever like that on any class, no matter what build it is. So I'd rather see like classes be strong without the bugs or without, you know, those kind of things. But like if a class is performing well, why would I care? Like I guarantee you, if I hop on my Rogue and Barb does a 170 pit tomorrow, and I hop on my Rogue, I guarantee you nothing changes about my Rogue. Like I won't all of a sudden be sad because a Barb did a 170 and all of a sudden my Rogue is no longer fun to play because the Barb did a 170 on the pit. I feel like that's kind of like the general consensus right now. I see across the internet. It's like, no fair. Barb did 170. Okay. Well, play Barb and do the 170. I mean, there's no reward. There's no competitive anything, ladders or leaderboards or anything like that at the moment. that really matters. So if you want to see the number 170 next to your pit clear, then play the class that allows you to do the 170 next to your pit clear. Like, the mobs don't change. The elites don't do anything special or different. It's just more HP, honestly, and that's it. Now, I would understand if there was like money involved or sponsorships or professional scene or whatever like that. Then obviously you play the strongest class, and then you complain more about how this class isn't doing whatever. But this is an action RPG. At the end of the day, it's an action RPG. So people being upset about another class doing something strong, like I would never understand it. It's a good point. It's an action RPG. Like, is Andy's robe viable right now? Yes. It's just a fun time. Yeah, you go on, you kill stuff. Like, that's it. My fun isn't determined by what another class tends to do that has zero effect on what I'm doing. Zero. This isn't to say that I don't want things, buff. Obviously, definitely builds. Like, is it just bragging rights? It's just a number. Legitimately, it's a number. Like, I guess my thing is I already have a hard time, like, feeling accomplished about pit pushing. I think I had this discussion yesterday on my stream. I can't stand pit pushing as it is. I mean, some people like it, that's fine, but like I can't get into it. The idea of, like, back in the day, Diablo 3 Greater Rift pushing, which was the same thing or similar thing. I hated it then, but I participated a lot. But the idea of like having this super powerful character and your job is to find the easiest map with the easiest boss possible to clear to say I did it just doesn't get my dopamine moving, man. I think I mentioned this before. Like, that's like being a martial artist, right? And you're going to a martial arts tournament and you're just going like, oh, I don't want to fight that guy. That guy's too hard. Oh, that guy, his martial arts counters my martial arts, so I don't want to fight him. Then all of a sudden, after you fish for the right person you want to fight, you find this 5-year-old kid named Billy, right? Who's a blue belt, and you're a master at your martial arts. So you beat up this 5-year-old kid, Billy the Kid, right? And like now you're saying I'm the best in the world, but you skipped all the people that could beat you. You skip all the other guys that can beat you for you to sit there and say, I did it. Rip Billy, yes. You see what I'm saying? So like, some people might like that. Some people might, feel good about that. But I don't get a dopamine rush from something like that, because it's like, is it really testing my gear and my build if I'm trying to look for the easiest situation possible? Now, I'm not saying anything about the people who do it. Like, the people who do are skilled. Like, I mean, obviously Rob's a skill player, Makun's a skill player, maybe those guys. Those are skilled players. So it's not the players I'm talking about. It's more so of the content and what needs to be done to do certain things. It's just, for me, it's just not a dopamine high for doing that thing. Sweep the leg, yes. You see what I'm saying? So like, but I guess it goes into the previous argument where it's like, again, so what if a barb does an X pit level whatever? Like, so what that a sword does that thing too as well, a certain whatever. Like, I guess let me rephrase this. I guess my fun is not dictated by someone else's fun. If it doesn't affect me, I could care less what they do. Like, I don't care. Barb can invent 200 tiers more pit and do like a 360 pit, and I still wouldn't care. It would not affect the fact that I'm going to log onto my rogue and do rogue stuff. Personally. Why? Because there's no money involved in the game. There's no competition. There's no reason for me to change a class to do something I may not find fun just because one class can do X, Y, Z and another class can't. But again, like I said, that's my perspective. But I would never understand anyone's that just like, oh man, you know, that class has that build, no fair. It should totally get nerfed, or it shouldn't be a thing. They shouldn't have that thing, or they shouldn't be able to do this thing. Like, bro, really? I can understand fixing bug builds, but why shouldn't the class be able to do certain things? At the moment, if I'm not mistaken, every class can do all levels of content, right? All levels of relevant content. Keyword relevant. Relevant meaning like there's a reward behind what you're doing. Right? I forgot to change to the thing I said I was gonna do. If Barver's bothering, just go make one that nothing is stopping you. I mean, you can say that in the competitive sense too, right? I mean that's kind of that can be argued for that too. I guess my thing is just that like I don't know if you played Druid, not very rewarding. Is it not very rewarding because, well, actually, wait a minute. So when you say that, are you saying mechanically they're not very rewarding, or it's just that the yellow number just isn't as high as other classes' yellow numbers? Where can you see your builds? Maxroll. Maxroll.gg. It's not damaged. It's absolutely terrible. So you don't like any builds at all on Druid? I like the Windshield Druid. I like Shred too as well. I mean, obviously Shred is not in a great spot, but I like the gameplay of Shred. Hell, I played Sork. I played Frozen North Sork when it was considered like one of the worst builds on Sork in Season 2 and Season 3. Because mechanically I liked it, despite the fact that it was not strong. But it did the content I was looking to do, so I was fine with it. You're digging Lightning Storm on Druid? It's been a fun ride. You're almost 100. Yeah. Ain't no way any classes as fun as your Whirlwind bar right now. Echohack. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be bad. Look how many arrows miss. I'm like literally right on top of it. So many arrows miss. This is gonna be a long fight. Oof. Why am I playing Shaco and not Andy? Because Andy only works on one build, and that is kind of like a puncture flurry-ish type setup. Like you can't put Andy's on every build and it works. Just
I'm not ready yet.
no, this is Barrage.
I'm not ready.
Freaking got the wrong boss again. I haven't gotten any good bosses since I've been using Barrage tonight, like, or any bosses that are good for a Barrage. I put it that way. So I've been showcasing literally like Barrage at its worst on the pit bosses. Unfortunately, maybe a dev can be like, you know, chilling in my stream, being like, okay, so this is what he's talking about Barrage, and some of the pit bosses. Like, that's just so rough, unfortunately. Heartseeker better for pit push. Well, I mean, generally speaking, Heartseeker can go higher. As a casual, Andy and Rogue being your favorite class. If a level 70 pit was the highest Rogue is capable of doing, I still choose it over other classes. I just really enjoy the gameplay for Rogue. I'm in the same boat, sir. I'm in the same boat. I played Rogue when they were considered the worst class. I played Rogue when they were considered mediocre. I played Rogue when they had a decent, a good build. In fact, we were going into the season with everyone saying Rogue is like the worst class going into the season. Before like me and Mippy were saying, I think they're sleeping on Victimize. Like people were like sleeping on Victimize stuff, and so Heartseeker kind of shot up the ranks or whatever. Why no Scoundrel's Kiss? The Scoundrel's Kiss doesn't work on Barrage. What makes my DPS so high in this build? Honestly, I don't know, because my gear is kind of crappy right now. With that being said, though, that actually does give me a reason to try something, though. Woody told you specifically Rogue was the worst class. Like he DM'd you, right? He DM'd you. Whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Rogue's the worst class. Corn. What a name, actually. Corn on the copyright. I like it. I like it. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing with him on hardcore. Why does it matter? I mean, you brought it up. You brought it up. I was just messing around with you, man. You was the one who brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So I mean, if it matters, it's probably because you brought it up, not because I did. See, I'm gonna start looking at life per hit because it's a GA on every 2+ GA item I get. Oof. Rogues work in silence and stuff deferred. So we know Woody Joe wouldn't whisper. Fair. But yeah, it was me and Mippy that I think were the only. I'm gonna say the only two, but wait, what? No, you're saying I'm a nobody. That's what you're saying. No, what? What? Yeah, dude. What? God forbid someone talk to a streamer about something right. What do you mean something right? I'm like so confused now. What happened? Oh, let me make sure I scroll up to make sure I didn't like miss something. What did I miss something here? So if I recall, I said Woody told me multiple times that Rogue was was work class. You said he told you multiple times. So I made a joke saying that he only told you, like he only DM'd you. It's supposed to be a joke. Then you said I play with him on hardcore. Why does it matter though? And I'm just like, you brought it up, and now all of a sudden you're saying I'm saying you're a nobody. No one even mentioned it. What? No one even said anybody was a somebody or a nobody. Where's that even come from? I don't even know where that comes from. I don't think anyone is having any egos over here, right? No? Has anyone put an ego here, or trying to say that there's somebody and I'm like, you're not somebody? I'm so confused.
How shall I guide my hammer?
I mean, it's a game. I mean, does anyone care that there's somebody in Diablo 4? I mean, I don't care. I personally don't care. I like helping the community out and write bills or whatever, but I would never be like, respect me. I am a somebody, y'all. How dare you look at me like I'm not a somebody? I mean, it's an action RPG. You don't get paid to play. We all log in, we kill things, right? And then we talk to other people about how we kill things, and we try to do it better. That's it. That is legit it. Is it John Baby? Don't call names though. Don't call names. I'm literally just I'm literally just legit trying to understand how that came across. You see, I kind of agree with you for logging saying is that's a vibe you got. That I was telling them that he's a nobody. Like those words never even remotely came close to coming out of my mouth. And anything that I said about it was, it sounded like I implied that there's no way he could even know who did you. Nothing. What? No, I mean, I was literally joking about the fact that like, did Woody like DM you personally? Like is he like, whispering sweet nothings in your ear? That's me saying that Woody Joe. Obviously, that's not me saying you don't know him. That's me saying you do know him. And is he just personally telling you that Rogue is the weakest class? That's acknowledging the fact that Woody Joe. That's not saying that. That's not saying you don't. He inferred it as you're saying he's a nobody. Okay, well, I mean, if we need be, I can just DM Woody and kind of see what he thinks about it. I can clip it and say, hey Woody, what do you think? How do you look at this, sir? But no, that is not what I meant. And anyone who's been here long enough knows that I don't talk down on people, and I'm the furthest thing from my ego. It was legit supposed to be like a joke that he took way too seriously. Well, actually, that somehow got derailed from what I was actually saying. Ever been in the fight? Yeah, a couple of times. Gave me egos? Nah. I guess taken back because it's kind of like, why even mention being a somebody in an action RPG is just an interesting thing to me. Electra One. With that being said, Electra One, I do hope that you grow up to be a somebody in Diablo 4. One of these days, Electra One, you will be a somebody in Diablo 4, and somebody will acknowledge that. Somebody will acknowledge that, and it's gonna make you feel really good about yourself. Okay. Yeah, bro. But before that happens, though, I have to be the one to acknowledge you. Okay, so I have to be the one to acknowledge that you're somebody in D4. Might be a while, so don't hold your breath. But it's coming one day. Okay, it's coming. Sorry, I'll leave it alone. I guess I honestly cannot take anyone who takes the game that seriously, that serious. It's a game. Bruh, it's a game. Was I really missing two? I was missing 2 ranks to to Barrage this entire time. Yo, can Andy Rogues be farm 100s? Yeah, I can. But I feel like now someone's gonna go back and tell Woody, right? Someone's gonna go back and tell Woody, like, yo, guess what the Oxide said on the stream. Guess what the Oxide said. Actually, it could be good for content, right? Who was it? You said you hope someone isn't bored, bro. It happens. Instantly, it happens. I kid you not, bro. It happens. Who was it? I think what was it last year? Somebody in my chat was like, you know what, Dioxide, you need to like start beef with someone. Just fake beef. Don't even have to be real. You just need to just start talking shit. Just make fake beef. Like say something about like Rax's left eyebrow or something, right? And then like Rax reacts, right? And then he makes a video, and then all of a sudden all the attention's on you. Whether it's good or bad doesn't matter. You're now getting attention. Everybody wants to know what's going on. Oh, it's you? You're the person who talked about Rax's left eyebrow? Oh man. Bruh. It's on. It's on. It's on, son. You can start beef with you to practice for Rax. Put out that diss track versus Moody. I think Rax will actually like play along enough to make it fun. I don't think Woody Joe would. Woody Joe is very like not confrontational. So like, as amazing of a player and creator that he is not confrontational at all. Which is it's interesting because like he's very straightforward, and he can definitely sometimes make you feel like what you're saying is like, or how you feel about something is like dead wrong. But if you like call him a name or something, he would not respond. He'll just be like, "Alright." He is not confrontational at all. In fact, I think he gets kind of uncomfortable with stuff like that. But at least Rax will like play along. Like Rax will be like, "Oh, okay, Doc. So okay, all right." So it's like that, huh? It's like that. Okay. I got your number, man. Oh, by the way, let's get back to topic a little bit. Because again, I honestly, on the real, I don't mean to offend anyone. It's not my intent of any of that nature. Sometimes I will joke. But I definitely don't mean to offend anyone by saying anything. Especially if you don't really know me in a sense. I am the opposite of an elitist or of any of that sort. I look at Diablo 4 as a very casual pastime that I just enjoy playing. You follow your Heartseeker build, thanks for that. Thanks, man. I'm glad you like. Any chill builds? Well, Heartseeker's pretty chill. Or you can play it pretty chill, I'll put it that way. When you play Rogue, you feel like you're clicking so much more. Generally speaking, yeah, Rogue is typically a higher dexterity class, I guess you could say. Higher hand dexterity class, I guess you could say. Definitely more buttons. The stream would be the new Cat Williams interview. Dad woke up, chosen violence. I'm over here just trying to make Barrage work, man. Okay, Blood Bishop isn't that bad, actually. I'm still like cracking up on like what bosses are good for Barrage is based on like their girth, their waist size. Not their attacks, not what they do, not what they shoot out, but how big is your waistline? How big is your waistline, sir? If you're pretty thick, then you know, then we can talk. You know what I'm saying? We can game. You know. But no, are you kidding me? See how I got that booty? No, it's imaginary. My arrows go like through the sea hag. She has such a small hurt box. Like that's like fake booty. That's like implants. It ain't real, y'all. It ain't real. I'm telling you. She is not real. She is not real. BBL Diablo. So not having smoke screen kind of hurts here because it hurts, makes it harder to stagger. Okay, yep. You know what we're gonna do next run? Which means I probably need a new Paragon board for it. I might have to respec to do it. We're beating this guy. Screw it. I was gonna quit, but we're gonna beat this guy. Slim thick. Next run, not play Barrage. I do wanna. I wanna play Barrage. I really do. I don't wanna like, you know, give up on it. For Pit, that is. It's fine for everything else except for when I get to certain Pit bosses. She got the Brazilian butt surgery. Is there a challenge inside D4 to level all glyphs on one character? I don't know. I would consider. Oh, you mean like an achievement? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Okay, now I'm just playing bad. Why precision over victimize for Barrage? Because Barrage has low lucky hit chance. Also, there are like I did do like a Barrage victimize thing on PTR for like a short bit. It's actually better on trash mobs, believe it or not, than precision, but it's worse on single target. And as you can see, Barrage's biggest issue is what? Single target. So press C? No. No! He's still alive after the third stagger. Oof. Barrage life. All right. That's awful. Is that legit question? Serious face. Why my arrows missing with Heartseeker? Because sometimes I'd be blasting the pack trying to kill the DR first and naturally, but every arrow goes around it. What's up with that? I don't know. Like the whole seeker properties. I'm not sure what the AI targets first. Like for instance, in like Diablo 3, like the homing properties of like what was it? Rockets, like rockets on Demon Hunter, right? Like the rockets will always target the weakest. Well, like the AI will always target the weakest target. So no matter how close you fire, like let's say Arsenal multi-shot or like that's what some other the other rocket skills. Cluster arrow runes. I forgot which ones they were. Maelstrom or whatever. Like the rockets, no matter how close you are, will always target the weakest thing, the lowest health mob. So you can be on top of something and the rocket will go seek for the lowest health mob somewhere completely different on the map, even if you're right on top of it. So like I haven't done any testing with Heartseeker in terms of the AI, in terms of what it tends to target or what it homes to target first. But I'm sure there's probably some jank like that in some way, shape, or form. Do you think the ease of getting Ubers now make the game cheaper? I don't know, honestly. I still only have one Uber. Then again, I don't really boss, so maybe that's the reason why. But I have not found any Ubers in the open world. So when people say easier, I assume just from like will a to boss combination work with Barrage? Like more arrows. I thought there was a bug with that at some point. That was season 2. They fixed the bug. And it was pretty awful on Barrage anyway, because all the extra arrows happened on the outside. So it was actually hilarious watching Barrage like miss. Like if you think Barrage miss arrows now on like a single target, man, it was horrible with to boss will bug. It was just funny watching all the side arrows just keep shooting at like nothing. Heartseeker ain't that bad, but sometimes it's frustrating on controller. So many target is limited. I guess that makes sense. You're right. Would your Andy's P-Bill still work without the helm? No. It's the Andario's helm is legit what makes the build actually work. Without it, it doesn't even have a foundation. It falls apart. Rapid Fire was good with the two boss bug and AOZ. I would say more so Pinshot was, because there was a lot. There were more bugs involved with Pinshot and to boss will and some other stuff than actually Rapid Fire. But yeah, it was kind of interesting, you know, seeing like, you know, how many arrows? 27, 28 arrows shoot. I mean, we kind of got some of that back anyway, right? Like we can shoot what we can get what roughly 20 arrows now, so we got some of that to Balt's additional combo point benefits back. All right, I'm trying to figure out what I really want to do next with this, with Barrage. Might be one of those things where I might have to just wait until the mid-season patch and see if anything changes with it. Because going through the pit is fine. Like killing in the pit, no issues. But half the bosses are technically unplayable on Barrage in the pit. So it either feels good if I get Outlaw, which I haven't gotten not one time tonight for some reason. Like Outlaw is thick. Outlaw has a thick hitbox. Don't let his skinny frame fool you guys. He has a thick hitbox. He has a thick hitbox. And it works for Barrage really well. It's just... Do I feel like endgame content is lacking? I guess it just depends on like what... So, I mean, yes and no. Because like when I look at things like, let's say, people look at like Diablo 2 as like the pinnacle of like the Diablo series, right? But you look at Diablo 2's Endgame and it was also kind of non-existent in terms of like things to do. Like you would, you know what I mean? Like it was fun, right? Like people felt like it was fun, you know, getting the rare, super rare items was fun, but like there wasn't really any challenging Endgame either there. Your Endgame consisted of doing bail runs a jillion times or things of that nature and making another class to farm an area that your other class couldn't farm. And like there was nothing wrong with that, but like if like when you look at it from the outside in, like, you know, Diablo 2 had thin endgame as well and people loved it. Right? But I guess nowadays, since it is 2024, you know, we naturally expect a much more robust endgame systems in general for all of our games. So but do I think Pit being the only thing really left to do to challenge the character, we need more than that? Yes. You said inner sight? Inner sight with what exactly? Didn't I use Andy too with pin shot lucky hit? Oh, you mean the to boss will? Yeah. Yeah, it did. Actually, I was one of the first content creators who put out the whole wind force thing, working with the lucky hit or like that, because you had a 100% chance to do double damage and knock down because of the whole to boss will bug. So you were able to get like a ridiculous amount of lucky hit chances, so therefore wind force actually was useful for the one time in his life. But yeah, Pit is clearly being used by devs to balance the game, right? I kind of I guess yes and no, but Pit's very. I'll put it this way. I think Pit is in this first stage is actually a good system in general. I think for its first iteration, I think it's decent. I think it's hard to use Pit as a balance, like the current, like what's going on currently in Pit right now, as a balanced measure, because I mean you want to, but with the way Pit is being played, how do you balance the people who are fishing for the top clears? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you balance people fishing for certain shrines? How do you balance people using Holy Bolt and these high tier Pit pushes, right? How do you balance people fishing for one boss or two different bosses? So it's kind of hard to get like the actual data on like the top clears when the top clears are cherry picking results, right? But I do think in general, it could be used as a good balancing tool, but kind of hard. Look at it out of town. So yeah, I was just wondering if Lucky Hit is necessary. No Diddy, all that thick hitbox. So you said all the Lucky Hit is necessary. What build are you talking about, Gojo? For Heartseeker? Well, your key passive is based around Lucky Hit. So let's say you had 0% Lucky Hit and you're playing Heartseeker, right? Let's say you have 0. Let's say Heartseeker had 0. Then you would never proc the passive, which is doing all the damage. So, because your damage is legit based around your chance to proc this passive, then Lucky Hit is very valuable on Heartseeker. Now, you don't necessarily have to have it perfect values everywhere, but you do want it in places you can kind of get it for free without any like big sacrifices. So like rings, amulet if you don't have triple passive, amulet, gloves, that kind of thing. Hold up, would you not say Holy Bolt is our season power? I didn't see people saying they're gonna run AOZ without vampire powers to see true power. Well, Dread, the issue with that is that Holy Bolt is bugged on certain builds. That's the problem, right? The vampiric powers was bugged on some things. Or like some of them were bugged, but nowhere near as egregious as Holy Bolts. And the thing about it is that every class can't make use of Holy Bolts. You see what I'm saying? Like on the rogue, like a rogue build, like Holy Bolts doesn't do anything for like our good rogue builds. You can't really take advantage of that. So like if it's a seasonal power, then only a few classes get to enjoy that power in the higher tier pits. You see what I'm saying? Like that would seem kind of like not fair to base it around that, right? That's the only difference, I think. Kai said, using your rapid fire Maxroll build, what is the change in June 11th? There was nothing. Sorry, I unstickied it from somewhere on the homepage. That's it. No real change. To be fair, some vampire powers were broken on certain classes during season 2. That is true. I would not say it was nearly as broken as, let's say, Holy Bolts, though, I guess is the thing. Like, you look at, like, you put Holy Bolts into equation, right? And, like, some builds, like, rely on the Holy Bolts for clearing. We didn't necessarily have that with Vampire powers. It did make some things that were broken more broken, but I don't think you relied on it in the sense where you build around it. It just became I deal 2x more damage now, or I deal 3x more damage. Holy Boast, there are some things where it's just like it has to proc or you don't clear. You see what I'm saying? Like it has to do the thing, otherwise you can't do X thing. I don't think that's good. Great builds on Maxroll, really enjoying them. Thanks, man. How much attack speed to Heartseeker get? I mean, there isn't really a specific breakpoint you need to hit. Like you have to hit for it to actually to function. There are some breakpoints you would like to hit, especially if you're playing on a bow or whatever, to just for the feel good attack speed. But none of it is like a necessity for the build. I do have all the attack speed breakpoints laid out in the Maxroll website or Maxroll guide if you want to check it out on like mechanics. Is Sork relying on Holy Bolt? I mean, like Necros are like with minions basically. Like it, like the clears are significantly higher with Holy Bolts than without. Like minions without Holy Bolt is like meh, but with Holy Bolt is like OMG. So like. So does Bash Bleed, which menu play, yeah. So it's just like, I don't know. That's not something I don't think that you really can like balance around, if that makes sense. Like how do you balance around that? Without like, let's say let's do some Nightmare Dungeons. I need some whatchamacallits. Like how do you balance that without, with it being effective on the one class versus another because it's bugged on some things, right? That's the hard part. But that's what's going on, man. I remember you. I rated you last night, right? Is that yeah? How's it going, man? Yeah, sir. You had me staying up for like 10 to 15, like I stayed on your stream for like 10 to 15 minutes longer than I was intending to. Just because like I obviously I rate every stream, but like just to kind of see that kind of joy from someone in a sense is like kind of rare. So it was just, it kind of made me feel good that it really meant that much. It was like really cool to see. Amulet with Malice Exploit and Frigid any good? For what build? Alright. I assume you like have been following any guides, right? Let me ask you a question. Is winning the lottery any good? Like a Mega Millions lottery, is that good or no? I mean, it could be bad. I mean, maybe you have a different perspective on it. I have no idea. But I would think most people would say, yes to that answer, right? But yes, I mean, basically that is like the perfect amulet. Malice, Exploit, Freature, Finesse. I mean, that is lottery level, like, amulet. Yeah, and get taxed like no tomorrow. I mean, if I got free money and then they tax the free money that I got and I still end up with a lot of free money, I mean, I'm not gonna really complain. I'm not gonna like it, But free money is free money, even after the tax. You gotta run. Finish eating up and up my night. Thanks again. I appreciate you. Yeah. No problem, man. I am glad my audience seemed to really enjoy your stream, so that's a W. That's a win. Why Caltrops on Poison Rogue? Caltrops right now is just OP this season. The duration increases the damage. So like, because you are sitting there trying to spam poison on a target for a good chunk, then increasing the duration on Caltrops or whatever like that for his damage bonus is just like, it's just ridiculously good. I'm not really the biggest fan of Caltrops, to be honest with you, but it's just way too good this season to not use. Friend of mine won the Mother's Embrace lottery and got 4 GAs. I consider him a loser for that. that's like that's like you bought like 10 scratch off tickets or whatever and you won $5. So you spent $10 on 10 scratch offs and you won $5. Like that's what that feels like. A Mother's Embrace. Dang, really? Am I running more Nightmare Dungeons? I was. I'm gonna actually go grab me something to drink real quick, because I have not done so. So let me get something to drink real quick, and then I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna segue into for the rest of the stream in terms of builds concerned. I think I might be done with Barrage for the day. We'll see. Be right back. Okay. Okay. All right. Sork Mama. D's Sork Mama. Oh, they're friends. They're in the same clan. Look at that. How cool. That must be like playing together and stuff. Like doing pits together and nightmare dungeons together. So cool to have friends and stuff. I wish I knew what that was like. I switched to snare with double cast out duration on your Heartseeker. So good. Were you looking at my my personal planner? Maybe another can answer your question. Daggers are best in slot on Andes for puncture. I mean, you want daggers because it has faster attack speed. That's it. That's primarily it. Also snappier dash and like shadow step or whatever. You'll play with me. I don't know, Nocturnal. I'm not really a somebody. You don't want to play with a nobody, do you? I hear that's like bad.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Probably what's going on, man. Would a 4 GA 40% Scott Hunter be worth it over a 3 GA legendary? No. It's an inside joke, Nick. from earlier. But I do think that if we do get a somebody on our stream chat, so like if a somebody walks in or starts a chat, we need to like stop what we're doing and just bow. You know, kneel and bow and respect the somebody that enters our chat. I mean, a somebody is gonna walk through at some point, right? Like a somebody is gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? And we just have to make sure that we acknowledge and bow to that someone, that somebody of D4. All right, we're gonna spec out of this. So I guess I could play Heartseeker for the remaining of the time, and then we'll do some Sword tomorrow. I remember Pez being here like 8 months ago. That's kind of a somebody. Yeah, man. Well, if he ever comes back, you know, we'll have to acknowledge and, you know, and kneel and bow. I'll probably make an email for that too as well at some point. Come on, he's just like, can I be your friend? He said, I have friends, but only I can see them. I ended up here from a robbery. That counts, right? Yeah, I mean, if Rob chats in chat, man, we are all to bow. No talking, but bow as a sign of respect. Kneeling as well. So, Nuda, what's going on? Do I do Twisting Blades yet? I thought about it, and it's funny because I was watching Moody Joe's stream earlier today, and he was trying to do a no Blade Dancer Twisting Blades. I had a similar idea, but I kept Blade Dancer on because I thought maybe the Lucky Hit nerf wasn't that bad, but it was. And I think he was trying to do it without Blade Dancer, thinking that the Lucky Hit chance will return to his original form on regular Twisting Blades. But it was the whole idea was to do Victimize to TB or whatever. But you just can't make it work. They absolutely just demolished the Lucky Hit to where it's just not even like remotely useful. So yeah. Things humans do, appreciate the sub. Is it better to change life with damage on weapons for Heartseeker build? No. Percent damage doesn't do anything for Heartseeker. I bow before no man, but I always will for the for the white. Yeah. That might be an inside joke for a while here on this stream. How much does a perfect 4GA a share go for? I mean, acknowledge you? No. No. I shall not. Why percent damage is not good for Heartseeker? Shimizu, I think you were here when I was this. Were you here when I was talking about how damage works on Rogue? Because it was you that I responded to when you were asking about daggers or swords, right? Was that you? You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear it again? Yeah. So if you know, then on a Heartseeker Rogue. No, hell no. No. We're going to do it again. This is our teacher moment, okay? So on a Rogue class, and all classes too, but let's just talk about Rogue, okay? All damage in the game sucks. All of it. There are some very niche case scenarios, but all damage sucks, okay? Percent damage sucks. Crit damage sucks. Vulnerable damage sucks. Crowd control damage sucks. Distant damage sucks. Cutthroat damage sucks. Close damage sucks. Marksman damage sucks. All of it sucks because it's all in one ginormous bucket of additive crap. It's just bad. The only time a damage stat doesn't suck is if it scales with something. So let's look at the rogue key passes, right? Right now I'm playing precision, right? So reading this, the key passive says what? This damage is further increased by 15% with the X next to it, meaning multiplicative, of your critical strike damage bonus. Oh, well now crit damage is actually awesome because it scales with, this passive scales with crit damage. So what do? I take crit damage everywhere. Every other damage stat still sucks because it didn't scale. Now, this is only works for precision build. Now, what if I want to do a victimized build, right? Well, let's read the victimized passive, right? Victimized damage is increased by X of your vulnerable damage. So guess what I want? I want vulnerable damage now. So now crit damage sucks because it doesn't scale with victimized, but vulnerable damage does. And so vulnerable damage is the only scalar, meaning it's the only damage type that actually really matters in a victimized setup. So if you look at the key passives, there is no percent damage scalar. Now there is a outlier, let's say poison, like dots or whatever. Dots do like percent damage and damage over time, but those are very niche case scenarios. But in like 90 something percent cases, if it doesn't scale with your key passive on the rogue, that damage sucks. Okay. So to answer your question bluntly, percent damage sucks on Heartseeker because it doesn't scale. It doesn't have a scalar. Guys, you almost got me. I almost read that with a serious face. You almost got me. You almost got me. Is it what if? Yeah, I was thinking whether you said okay, never mind. So just in case you were serious about it, on a Heartseeker build, right? Heartseeker build, you run Victimize, right? So Heartseeker build, you run Victimize, and therefore you want Vulnerable everywhere. Oh, you were serious? Okay. Okay, well, fair. Yeah. So Victimize is vulnerable. That's why you want Vulnerable everywhere. I'm not playing Heartseeker right now. I'm playing Barrage, which goes with precision, which is why I want crit damage everywhere. Can you please calculate the airborne velocity of an unladen swan? If only. Yeah, I mean everywhere. Like if you don't have vulnerable tattooed on your on your own body while playing Heartseeker, you're just not doing it right. You're just not doing it right. All right, yeah, we're gonna spec out of this. With that being said, I guess I gotta change out a lot of things, huh? What we got here? I think yeah, these are all my stuff, right? I guess I have the wrong aspects on them, but this is the correct gear. Where's the pants? Yeah, actually, where are my pants? Has anybody seen my pants? I'm asking the chat. Has anyone seen my pants? They don't have any belt loops. They're a little tighter around the thighs, but has anyone seen my pants? Oh, there they go. There they go. We got them, guys. We got them. No worries. No worries. We got them. Do not say it like that. What? What you mean? I don't know what you mean. Vlad May said I would have been enough for one day of streaming if I had to answer the same questions every half hour. A half hour. Rear Iron Man. I do probably I probably should make commands for some of the things I'm saying, like clip things, like Riptide has been trying to get me to do forever, and I just haven't, you know, I just been very hard-headed in terms of doing so. But I also understand that people come and go in the chat or the channel. So like, some people will hear an explanation, and then someone else will come into the stream like 5 minutes later, you know, and might legit have that same question and wasn't here 5 minutes ago when you explained it, right? So it's kind of like you can't get mad at that, you know what I mean? It's like he wasn't here for it. But I'm also a teacher in real life, where that's what I do for a living. So I have to repeat stuff to students who don't listen sometimes. So I think this is probably a lot, like, you know, even like, you know, easier than my normal environment, I guess. What do I teach? Music. You know, so for those who are a little older that know this song, I didn't truly understand what was really happening in this song, like this song that's going on right now, until I was older. Like, because like when you're younger, you're just like listening to it and you're just like, man, the beat's cool, right? And like the chorus is like catchy, right? But then like when you got older and you listen to the lyrics, you're just like, whoa, but they have an entire conversation about this dude trying to get with this chick, man. I'm like, what? Like, this is an actual story. I didn't really pay attention to it until I was older. I was like, man, what? They're really going back and forth in this. Like when my kids listen to Who Let the Dogs Out, it's not about dogs. Nah, but like after listening to like the whatchamacallit, like after listening to the song, like when I became older, I'm just like, man, this is actually like a song. Like this is actually like a whole ass like play is what it sounds like. Fashion
this very well.
Did you know Positive K does both? No, I did not know that, actually. I did not know that. Is it Equinoxide? Equinoxide, what's going on? Wait a minute, that looks familiar. You stream, don't you? You're a streamer, aren't you? Content creator, streamer. I recognize that name. But to answer your question, I like snare on my personal Heartseeker setup because I run with double caltrops duration, and not having that size is actually kind of like, it hurts when you don't have the extra size on caltrops, especially like on like boss fights or whatever, or certain situations. So I'd rather give up the 10% damage reduction from Ranger for the caltrop size for a snare, because not only does it increase your caltrop size, it also increases the poison trap size. So it works really well for the way I like to play Heartseeker. Please teach us how to play Eye of the Tiger on trumpet. I love that song, actually. Imagine having a teacher like you. Yo, my former students still visit my stream a lot, actually. And my current students actually found me too. I didn't tell them I stream, but they found me. But it's all good though. Like, it's like not an issue because I don't act any different on stream than I do in like in person, I guess. It's kind of weird to say in person, but like, you guys know what I mean. Bro, I done messed up a lot of my my equipment. I gotta figure out where I have what now. I think Rapid is here. Yeah. Okay, and then I had elements. Don't know what. Oh, because I was doing Blaze Shift. That's why I had that there. I'm like, wait a minute, that looks so weird. Why was I doing that there? It's because of Blaze Shift. Frostbitten. Cussive. I'm missing Edge Mastery. What's the easiest road build to level with? I would say Barrage, honestly, for leveling. Try Twisting Blades and switch with level 100 to Rapid Fire Barrage. You can do that too. Do I consider myself more of a musician or a teacher at this point? Definitely a teacher at this point. Like when I went to school for music, I was definitely wanting to be a performer, or performance or whatever. And then I quickly realized that that was pretty much out of the scope of reality, because making a living as a performer is like next to nearly impossible, just as a performer. So like, I'm like, okay. So when I started doing student teaching or whatever, because you still have to, even if you're doing music performance, I realized I actually liked doing what I was doing. Like, I enjoyed the teaching side of things. So I think I kind of like more so went into that, because even though teachers don't make much money, at least it's more consistent income, and you're guaranteed I don't say guaranteed a job, but like, it's a job, right? You're not doing gig work per se. So I figured, well, I'll just teach, and then I'll do other gigs on the side, or I'll like be like a server on the side or something like that. Can you imprint over a previous imprint now? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm always here in the D4 community. Been sharing your build, everyone. But I seen your new change. I wasn't sure about it. Thanks for explaining. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Well, I mean, I get so many people asking me my variations or how I play it, like personally on stream. So I just decided to make one on Maxroll, guys, so people can see what I'm doing and why I'm doing what I'm doing, I guess. regarding your take on snare over ranger, would you say after a certain HP threshold it's safe to switch out for ranger for snare? Honestly, this is gonna sound silly, and I don't really mean to sound bad, but honestly, just try it and see whether you can survive. If you're dying a lot or whatever, or you find yourself dying a bit more because you changed to it, then go back to ranger. But I think that answer is definitely dependent on you as a player. Like if you're, well, I'll put it this way: if you're not playing hardcore, obviously, if you're playing hardcore, I don't risk it. But if you're not playing hardcore, just try it. Just go. You know what? We're just gonna try it. Do I teach college or no? High school. High school. To teach at a college, you need or specifically, you want a doctorate degree. Otherwise, your job is up in the air every year. They'll take you if you have your master's, kind of depending on the situation. But your job is always up in the air every year, because if someone with a doctorate apply and they like them, then you're gonna get replaced. So, but nah, I did not. I definitely do not have my master's or doctorates really on that. Let's put that there. Move this here. And would using snare and cow trap size temper be too much? You have a really big ass cow trap if you did that. I guess the only reason why I do snare is so therefore you can get the double duration, like the duration on both swords, so you can increase your damage. So that's the reason why I go duration on both swords now, or both daggers, whichever one you prefer. And then I can just, I feel like the sacrifice is much less to do duration twice and then run snare versus doing one duration, one cow trap size with ranger, if that makes sense. The first option is just more damage in the long run for sure, especially versus bosses. And you get a pretty similar size cow trap anyways. I think I'm missing points here. Got cow traps. Oh yeah. Okay, and then we got mastery. Yeah, okay, cool. So now we got this Paragon board now. Should be able to do this by memory, but I'm looking at the Maxroll guy right now. It says the Oxide is live. Got questions? Ask me. I forget that's actually up there. That's like super cool that Maxroll does that. Yeah, let's go to the Oxide setup here. Look at his Paragon board. This track is sick. It is. Snare. Let's see, I'm gonna go this way. Oh, by the way, while I'm doing this, I'm like not looking at the chat currently. How would you guys feel about a hand cam? Someone mentioned it the other day. Yesterday actually, and that I never really thought about it. I think I did it once in Diablo 3. Obviously, went back when I was way smaller. The Dockside guy, Maxroll is a real cool and cool dude. Real cool and chill dude. I don't know, man. From what I heard on Dockside stream, he was mad disrespecting somebody. He was mad disrespecting somebody. Sounds like a jerk to me. Let's see. We go to no witness. Careful, he's gonna tell the principal on you. Up this way. If I understand correctly, that it's only available off of Lord's Ear. So you can get the razor plate. So you can target farm uniques, but the uniques can still drop anywhere. It's just that it's easiest to get it from the boss that has a loot table to drop said unique. I go this way. Daily ambush. We would not stand for the Rax left eyebrow disrespect. You guys should you guys should definitely go to Rax's chat tomorrow and talk about it. Talk about it for a bit. Just like start off as like, yo, bro, Rax, did you hear what Doxa said about you on stream last night? Totally egg it on. But it's gonna only work if you talk about his left eyebrow. I don't think he would flinch if you talked about his right eyebrow. I don't think he cares as much about his right eyebrow as he does his left. So we gotta make sure we get the story right though. So just so that we're all on board, it's the left eyebrow, not the right one. Here we go. What was it here? Exploit. Red Velvet. Love this song. I'm not tracking what's up with Rax's eyebrow. No, we were just talking about like making up fake beef for views or whatever. And for some strange reason, my brain thought about Rax's left eyebrow. You know, say something bad about his left eyebrow, specifically his left eyebrow. There we go. That explains the yeah. See. No, yeah, see, it makes a lot of sense though. Like notice like when he's streaming, right? Like he's streaming. When he's facing you, notice how when he's facing you, his left eyebrow is on the far side. So therefore you can't see it as well. See? See, I'm onto something. See? See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew something was up. Exactly, see? Was it control here? I feel like I'm why do I have 7 points left over? This is weird. What did I not take? Yeah, bro. How am I ending up with the... Oh, this way. Of course. That makes sense. Alright, we're good. %102% out of 120. Always watch Rax. I have to be happy too. No, me and Rax is cool. I will say that I'm preferring this chat more now than like what it has been somewhere in the recent during the D4 bad era. But I used to be a big fan of just like chilling in this chat back in D3 where most of his conversations was about tier list of like different restaurants and whatnot, and how like it's okay for you to have an opinion, but you're entitled to your very wrong opinion, kind of sort of thing, of his tier list. Like the talks were about everything but Diablo 3. It was like very like it's open-ended, you know what I mean? And then I guess when the D4 bad crowd kind of jumped in when he started playing PoE and other games, it kind of became a little toxic. Not his fault by any means. It's just that's just you pick up new people from videos and becoming more popular and stuff, and so the vibes really hasn't really been the same for a little bit, but now it's kind of getting back to what it was before. I'm gonna say what was before, but like you could tell like some of the mainstays that has been there before the rise of a multi-game audience came around, is starting to return a little bit. But all right, I'm pretty sure I'm missing something. I'm always like missing something. Every time I change out to a different build or different setup, I'm always missing something, and I never know what that is until I get into a run. I'm just like, oh yeah, totally miss having my weapon on my character. Something. I guess we'll find out, right? All right, so we'll just jump on to 105. Guess we're about to find out. The principals really had that much power. I always thought the these guys was really running the show. Depends on like the school, honestly. There was one school I taught at for a little while where the athletic director had, for whatever strange reason, had more power than the principal. And in that case, more so the reason for that being is because obviously the athletic director, you know, in charge of sports or whatever it is, you know, responsible of, you know, for making money for the school, obviously, because, you know, sports. But yeah, basically whatever he wanted, you know, goes. And the principal would not, like, step in and do anything about it. No matter if it was a good decision or a bad decision. Creating in-game content one glyph at a time. Yeah, I mean, Snare is nice though. Like, I mean, look how. Oh, whoops. I mean, you can like see how big that cow trap is. It may not seem like it makes a difference, but it really does.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
You know what I do need to test though? Make sure we do this after this this pit run. The vulnerable thing, because like I haven't really noticed a difference since the patch. I guess I could like, you know, put on a curse touch or whatever, and try my runs again or whatever. But yeah, I haven't really seen like a drop off. Am I vulnerable?
I need more time.
Okay, this is a good chance to see now because stuff actually lived long enough. No, he's vulnerable. So yeah, he's yeah, I'll see it. I'm about to take off the exploit glyph too though, and the training thing just to get a better reading of it. So now that I'm playing Heartseeker, I guarantee you I won't see Spirit Caller for like the rest of the stream. I can't believe I actually dodged all that. Let's go back. Snare size is perfect for blocking entire hallways. And Nightmare Dungeon Fit, yeah. It feels really good. I like it a lot. Alright, let's go to let's go to Kmart real quick. You said, what would you swap for? I mean, the thing about it is that, I mean, the only thing I would be okay with giving up is elements, which I guess depends on the iced tea. So yeah, it is. It's sweet tea. This is, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Yeah, so elements for intercom, whichever one that you use in that slot. I think elements is really the only one I would be willing to give up. Everything else is just, you can't. Like, also you can't, but like you just really don't want to. Let's see. Let's remove the. Now this is just one target, so let me actually get multiple targets. I still get a pretty decent uptime. I mean, there are some times where like if the arrows don't hit here on this dummy or that dummy, I can feel. I'm just trying to look. Yeah, so I guess what's my percent lucky hit at? It's like 47% before the elixir. The chance that days on gloves is really necessary. I mean, basically freeze and stun are like the most important, but like getting like a third different utility is actually kind of nice. It can be daze, it can be immobilized, but daze has a like being able to daze them a bit more and being able to crit an enemy while they're dazed will allow you to proc trick attacks, which would allow you to proc your retribution aspect for more damage. So I mean, stun and daze have a pretty have high value. Yeah, I mean, if you can't get dazed, it's okay. I mean, you're still running concussives strikes, so it's all right. My problem is that you have lucky hit vulnerable. It's on an amulet with Maxroll. Ah, I see. The damage loss of elements make up for shifting that stat affix. Probably not. Well, depends. Actually, depends. If you can pick up another passive, yes, it would be worth it. Vulnerable like okay, I'm sorry. 31.9%. So like I got like the middle roll. The mid roll here. Okay. So I guess the thing I can see here is there is a case where there's some RNG where like let's say the arrows don't like ricochet where you want them to. There are going to be some mobs that just may not have some vulnerable on them, like vulnerable application on them or whatnot. So when you do proc victimize, the surrounding mobs that don't have vulnerable on them isn't gonna like take as much damage for obvious reasons. Actually, wait a minute. That used to be the case, but let me check something now. I'm looking at my victimized proc damage numbers to the right versus what they are to the left. So we're seeing 37, 10, 15, 61, 50 mil, all that stuff to the left. To the right, we're seeing 30, 13, 5, 22. They're also not CC'd either, so that's also another thing. That's actually why shared misery is so important too, as well. And like a speed setup like this, because you the crowd control. I don't really think it really. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go back and like confirm this, but like the way that victimize used to work is that if the target wasn't vulnerable when victimize hit, then you didn't get all the vulnerable damage buffs that happen when you proc vulnerable. Or sorry, proc victimize. But I don't think that's not the case anymore. It's very obvious that on this side here, where they're not vulnerable, like see these enemies over here are not vulnerable at all. Let me wait for everything to reset. They're not vulnerable at all, but my proc numbers for victimize is still roughly the same as it is on the left side as the right side. It's very similar. Like you see 50 mil, 40 mil, 20 mil roughly or whatever. So the reality is, as long as you're proccing victimize on the target you're hitting, and that target is vulnerable, then the surrounding enemies that are around it doesn't have to be vulnerable for you to get that damage like it used to be. It used to be that way. They didn't mention it in the patch notes, but yeah, they used to be that way. But it looks like right now you don't have to do that. Just looking at the numbers here. Let's have it reset again. And that's with the ricochet. So like I'm hitting here and the ricochet is happening here, which means that the ricochet is actually less damage than the original arrow. So yeah, that actually works out. So so the math checks out there. All right. So I honestly, personally, I don't think it's really that important that you do go a cursed touch. Just as long as the mob that you're proccing victimize on is vulnerable. The surrounding mobs don't have to be vulnerable for that damage. So, but it didn't used to be that way. It didn't used to be that way. So since that's the case, then it's not necessary for all of the mobs to be vulnerable at that point then. So if it falls off or whatever like that, chances are it's falling off of mobs that are kind of like not in the mix. Like they're kind of like to the side or whatever. And then, but the mobs that you're proccing victimize on anyways is going to be, or give you enough AoE to hit the mobs that aren't vulnerable and still do that same damage, if that makes sense. So yeah, I honestly think the stat is just fine. Still. Even if it's just 2 seconds. Actually, why is it 2 seconds? Wasn't it 3 seconds? Oh, never mind. The patch thing. But even with the patch thing, I still had 3 seconds. Why is it back down to 2 seconds again? I wonder what happened. But yeah. Yeah, it was 3 seconds of masterwork. Yeah, and this is fully masterwork. So like, what happened to it again? Like, weird. Yes, they less than 6 seconds booties so to your private DMs. Oh man. I feel like I'm gonna hear about this outside of this stream at some point for sure. Does enhanced dance make a difference? Like the 15% noticeable? Yes. Well, I'm gonna say noticeable, but it is a multiplier. So like, for one skill point, you might as well. But we have little control who victimize procs on. Right. But I guess what I'm saying is that like, I don't think is that detrimental of a change right now to where you have to use a curse touch right now. Granted, I do have a lot of lucky hit chance though, so like a lot meaning like, you know, as much as you possibly can. Oh wait a minute, why's my poison this way? Huh. Just realized that we can fix that though. Also, let me get my exploit glyph back on before I forget. But I mean, I'll do some runs with both though. But I personally think it's fine, but there is some bias in there because I do have really good lucky hit chance. Thygyrus Bane said, for your Heartseeker build, why use Snare and what glyph does it replace? I use Snare instead of Ranger, so I can go double duration on the cow traps here. So both of these now have double duration base, or have duration, counter duration. So I can get a bigger multiplier by doing duration, and then I still want the increase of cow traps because it does help to have a bigger cow trap. It really does. The only other alternative would be to switch out Ranger for Snare. So I lose 10% damage reduction to gain my cow trap size back in some way. And then I definitely increase my damage by having a second duration, cow trap's duration. Is there a point where you have too much lucky on your gear? No. Not for Heartseeker, no. Alright, so with that being said, let's just do a curse touch. Just want to see if I actually like feel anything different. Like I said, I don't think so. Like, I think it's fine. And for discipline regen. Snare size is smaller than a leveled up 10%. Oh, well, yeah, of course. But there is there's a pretty noticeable difference between having Snare and not having Snare without any cow traps rolls. You see that? Like it is definitely like a difference. Moonzuck, what's going on, man? I think it's been a while since I've seen you. I think I'm gonna have to like go on like a higher tier pit for me to really be able to like tell. So we'll do like 109 next. How much vulnerable percent I have? Depends on where you look. You mean on the stats page? Do you mean on the victimized key passive, like hovering over the key passive? But yeah, that poison trap though, that poison trap radius or whatever is really nice. It does come in clutch, man. It does. Oh, now I get outlaw. I was wanting him for barrage. Lame.
Need more time.
I guess too. Do you really have to have a cursed touch for your vulnerable? Couldn't you just do like blast trapper as well? Or you know do or blast trapper rather than a cursed touch. Tulip, what's going on? You think it's good if we go for all assassin your shakeup? Not really, because it doesn't really give you much. Maximum health makes more sense. Sorry, maximum life or cooldown reduction makes a little bit more sense, honestly, in terms of like master working. Elan, what's going on? Get someone help you kill the torment Duriel. You're stuck at the boss now. What's your battle tag?
It needs time to recharge.
Is the orange gem better than the purple? You mean on like the weapon? It's really the same thing, honestly. I switch it up every now and then, but it's literally the same as that thing. Doesn't the vulnerable gem scale better with victimize? Well, technically yes, but you have to keep in mind that even if a stat scales with something, everything has diminishing returns. So there is a point where you have so much of a stat, even though it is its own bucket and is multiplicative on itself, it does have diminishing returns. Just like Dex has diminishing returns, right? It's a good stat to have, but it does have diminishing returns. So there is a certain time frame where the basic attack damage on topazes is slightly better because you already have so much vulnerable already, relative. Now the difference is like 0.01%, so like it's not anything that you should be going like I need to go craft my gems now for. But it is there. That is why DreadX, that's why you can go bow or crossbow in this setup, right? So like if the vulnerable damage on a crossbow was that big of a deal, it's only 32%, right? But so not only is it a pretty small value, but you already have so much of it, you're not really missing out on not taking a crossbow. Now if you only had if you had 0 vulnerable damage, like if you had 0% vulnerable damage, and you had to choose between a bow and a crossbow for victimized, setup, at that point, crossbow would definitely be best in slot, no question, because you have no vulnerable damage. You know what I'm saying? That 32% would actually be like a pretty significant buff, because you have none. when this dexterity starts giving diminishing returns. The moment you have more than one, like, that's the honest answer for any stat really. The moment you have more than one, diminishing returns starts to kick in. It's just obviously more noticeable the more you have that it's not giving you the similar effects. But yeah, the moment you have more than one, diminishing returns kick in. It's just way more steep the more of a stat you get. I forgot this was a 109. I was wondering, I'm like, that was a cool cop. Tried to go over that wave. I was like, man, he's actually living for a little longer than I want. Are you saying that the vulnerable game from the gems is comparable to the negligible on the or vulnerable on the crossbow? I'm gonna say it's comparable because I mean you get 80% from the gems versus 32% from the crossbow, but you kind of get what I'm saying. Res is 67.2. I feel like I'm missing something. How to get 70 without over capping. Make sure, did you take every res node that you possibly could? Like all your res nodes right here, as well as your res nodes right here. Like every one of them. How much vulnerable I got right now if I change gems on weapons? I mean, you just add 82% to what I had before. In town, my vulnerable is what? In town is, there it is, 1560 in town. What board do I swap for snare? Oh no, I keep the same board. I can swap ranger for snare. When you use elements, does damage in the enemies you're freezing count as cold damage? No, it doesn't. That's a really good question though, but no, it doesn't. Only reason why I'm using bow is to reach those sweet 13 frames for IS. Other than that, I'm a crossbow enjoyer. So if you go crossbow weapon mastery, it wouldn't matter. Well, so your passives are multiplicative. So like so your passives for weapon mastery is multiplicative. So while it is crit damage and you are on a vulnerable base build, like victimized being vulnerable, that 15% you get from weapon mastery on a crossbow is still a multiplier and not an additive. So it's just straight up 15% more damage. Cool. Let's take a look at that video. Let me pull this up real quick. We're gonna watch a barrage video real quick of someone who actually has like good gear and running it. Where's my thing at? Game capture, Windows capture. There we go. Did you really give him no shirt? You really gave him that? You gave him the no shirt transmog? That man going out there raw. He's just like, you know what? I don't need no armor. I don't need no armor. You got some beasts lurking here. A couple of rogues too. What? Is it House Barrage? We're about to watch it. Did you get your Durio clear or what? Oh yeah, his damage is way higher than mine. What's that load time? Is he on a mechanical HDD? Like it looks like he doesn't have a SSD. He might actually clear the pit faster than it took for him to load into the pit. Yeah, I mean this is what it looks like when you actually have like good gear. How has Heartseeker pushed in the pit? No idea, because I think people stopped posting videos after the pit ladder or pit leaderboard clear stuff. So I would assume probably someone probably has done like a 136 by now, maybe. J Corp, are you gonna be that guy, J Corp? Gonna be that guy. Gotta create some drama. You missed the drama earlier. Apparently, I called someone a nobody somehow, and he got very offended. Your projectiles, are you close to 100 by chance? Like, are you like close to 100 on your barrage projectiles? Yeah. So like this, I think I was telling you guys earlier. That boss, like that boss is actually pretty good for barrage, other than like the effects or whatever. But like in terms of like the hitbox, like that boss is actually pretty good. Uh, it's funny because like the bosses you normally don't want for other builds, you actually kind of want for barrage. Simply just because of the hurt box is like big enough. Yeah, link to this video. It's a clip. I think was it Elaine TV? Elaine TV, I believe it was. Like I asked them to send me the clip. Cause like my gear is like very scuffed. So I could only do but so much. Like 90s was kind of like where I was at for speed farming if I could get a good boss, right? So this is what it looks like on like, you know, T100s with maxed out gear. Like I think it's just gear. Jesus Christ. +8 to barrage? Holy. Wait, hold on, let's see. Yo, +8 to barrage, that's insane. That is insane. Okay. It's good. Distribution, of course. Wait, let me back up real quick. Okay, so yeah, he's gotten look at the look at his projectile cast chance on that sword. It was like insane. I think it was like a Maxroll, and here it was a 47.9%. So yeah, because I was definitely seeing a bit more projectiles when, than on mine. Like, so yeah, 25.4%. That's like max. Very good. Right. Oh, he's got +3 cold imbuement. +3 cast here as well. Yeah, but this is +5 to frigid. That's what I'm missing on my, like, my amulet is so garbage. I don't have any passes on my amulet. Mouse is okay. Like mouse is decent, but definitely frigid finesse is kind of where it's at. Actually, I wonder if he would just be better off of like weapon mastery here. But I guess if you're swapping between builds, like let's say, well, actually, no, you really wouldn't be, because you have these, you know, different tempers or like that. But I guess, yeah, mouse or weapon mastery doesn't really matter. But yeah, this is a frigid finesse. That makes a pretty big difference. Yeah, this is what Barrage looks like when you're, you know, practically min-maxed. Yeah, there's a quick clear, but punch on Barrage. So Rapid Fire can be number one probably when they face Contra's Kiss. I still don't think it's gonna be better than Heartseeker, because like they're not gonna add more damage to Rapid Fire. I think it's gonna make it usable, if that makes sense. I would say usable, like, you know, make it more like let's go back, accessible. I'll put it that way. So unless they nerf Heartseeker, I don't see it being better than Heartseeker overall in general. But whatchamacall is in chat. Elin is in chat. Where are you? Elin. Yeah, Elin. Yeah. If Elin wants to post it, he can. So actually, even if the boss is very slim, you dash into the corner, into the center of the boss, you can easily kill it. Some bosses still have a smaller hitbox, even if you're like right on top of them. Like Echohack is just gonna take considerably longer in general than, like, let's say the boss you just fought towards the end. Outlaw is actually really good for Barrage. Spirit Caller kind of somewhat mid. But yeah, but this is but this is a tricked out Barrage in terms of like good gear. I wonder if I'll ever like take the time to really try to master work and try to get the gear necessary to make that good. Hey, look at that, Doc's eye streaming. Look at that. Totally click on it and see what he's doing. And yeah, I'm gonna link that video in the chat for you. Your Barrage, what skill is that? Looks like golden shower Barrage. You mean sideways? Will some of the aspects carry to the next season? I would say all the aspects will. They're not temporary. Hey, yeah, there he is. You know, and while I'm there, I'm gonna hit the like button real quick. There you go. We're gonna hit that like button, because you know, why not, right? Like, you know, just saying. But yeah, so yeah, that was good. That was cool. I definitely got to work my my gear to legit get to that point. But yeah, those projectiles though, like for for sure. I know my projectiles really wasn't. Let me see. Where was I at? 22% through 22%. Yeah, this is what hurt. That weapon. But yeah. What's my pit 100 time with Heartseeker? I actually don't even do 100s. I either do 105s or 109s. You would try to improve on it. I mean, well, definitely let me know. I mean, it looks obviously it looks really good. I wish the other guy who wanted to see Barrage was here because I was telling him that that someone was doing 3-minute 100s on Barrage, and he didn't believe me. But my gear wasn't good enough to like do that. So I wish he was still here for that vid. But yes. All right, we're gonna try something slightly different here. We're gonna do blast trappers here. These guys. Am I linking the clip here? I can. There you go. I don't understand the aspect concerning grenade with this build. We have nothing in which to launch grenades with Cow Trap will take. You don't care about the first part, you care about the second part. So when you read the second part of it, you deal 25% increased critical strike damage against frozen or stunned enemies. That's all you care about. You don't care about the first part. You just put the damage bonus. Yeah. No, you're fine. All right, let's go back to 109s. I have to do at least 109, so therefore the enemies last long enough to see whether or not blast trappers would be a decent chance for vulnerable proc. And you roll damage percent instead of life on weapons are not worth. The life is way more useful than the percent damage on weapons, because the percent damage on weapons doesn't give you any. It's additive. So like it's a bad stat in general. You land with this with the sub. I appreciate you. Thanks for sharing, of course, by the way. I mean, Blast Trappers actually accomplishes the same thing or a similar thing, but gives you a much cooler sound effect upon doing so with the explosion. Although the damage is really not, from Blast Trappers is really not that great, but it sounds like it's doing something, right? It makes you sound like you're doing something. Uh-oh. I got stuck. Your friend got a quad GA Sky Hunter. That's unfortunate. I wish Sky Hunters were useful. Yeah, it's not worth. I mean, hold on to it. They might do something to it in the mid-season patch or whatever. Next week, but at the moment it's not worth anything. GAs isn't really what makes an item good per se in terms of like your slot. It's the tempers, and since you can't temper uniques, the uniques needs to be ultra good to make up for the tempers that you lose. How much damage will Heartseeker lose if mid-season fixes victimize? I mean, you're losing about 3x. But the thing is that while you do lose, we do lose like 3x of, you know, the damage or whatever. You really won't notice it that much unless you're like really pushing, because you don't oftentimes double dip as much as you think that you do in terms of all the multipliers. Like when you speed farmer like that, you're not constantly having all your multipliers up all the time. So you don't really double dip as much or as many different things as you think you are unless you're pushing or whatever. So like if you're doing Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons or maybe T90 pit or whatever like that, you're probably not gonna know much of a difference. But if you're pushing, you definitely will notice. So like pushing will go down from like maybe like a 136 being the top end to maybe like a 122 or whatever being the top end, which will actually put it in line with Rapid Fire and like and Andy's Puncture Rogue or whatever. So if you like Andy's Puncture, like Andario's Flurry Puncture like that, if you like that build and you think that that's effective, Heartseeker will, even without the double dip, would be slightly better than that still. So the build won't die, I guess is what I'm trying to indicate. A small question that you probably already answered a million times. Well, all lucky hit chance and having gear, do you choose that 13 frames Heartseeker? Well, no, because I'm using the crossbow, so no. Who's in 3x out of the 10x? I mean, pretty much, yeah. But it's not as big of a thing as I think people think it is. In terms of like, I mean, it is on paper, but the fact that it matters is that we don't always have all those multipliers up all the time to double dip. In fact, more often than not, we don't. So I think for most people, it's not gonna have a pretty big effect. But in reality too, I actually kind of would like that. Granted, let's say if they buff victimize, like if they buff the victimize passive but fix the double dipping, I will much prefer that, because then your damage won't be so spiky anymore. Because your damage is real spiky, because you either double dip or you don't. Let's go back to elements. So you'll see like really like ridiculously big numbers, or you'll see like just okay numbers. Relative. Last question on a curse. If I run it, I assume that lucky hit vulnerable is the death stat. Yeah, pretty much. You don't want both, or need both. Dad, what's going on? So many numbers make me dizzy. Waiting on sleeping pills to kick in. I made them all freaking unsellable already. Yeah, that was bad. They're still unsellable for real? Bruh. Would I rather diminish or devious? Honestly, at this point, neither. For me, it would be a question of either ranger versus snare, or ambush versus diminish if I can't cap resistances. Jeez. I made them unstoppable quick again. Why so fast?
Need more time.
That's what needs to happen every time.
Need more time.
How bad is Druid? I guess most people would probably consider them like the worst class right now. If we're talking about like pit clear potential, I guess. Or high level pit clear potential. The problem with Druid is that they don't have anything that's like brokenly good. So they just, yeah, they're more of an ethical class at the moment. Their bugs don't amount to anything big DPS or anything. Probably not gonna worry about the world boss as much because I have so many prisms now that I honestly don't even care about the world boss anymore. What I say about diminished or devious? I say neither, honestly. Like I would never like make a choice between one of the two. If I made a choice, it'd be like ambush versus diminish, just to make sure if I can't cap my res, I'll do diminish instead of ambush, or it'd be like snare versus ranger. That's kind of really it. When the season ends, do my items and stash go to Eternal Realm? Yes, they do. So you're using Companion right now. It's pretty good damage. Do you like Companion? Like, do you enjoy playing it? I'm gonna go back to these gems just cause. So it's more pride versus not pride. So ambush versus diminish. Diminish gives you more defense, but it basically helps you cap on that board, the Rand's instinct or whatever. Or ranger versus snare, basically. But that's on a very specific setup. You always want pride. You would never want to drop pride because pride double dips. So you want pride, always. So pride is not a choice that you would ever want to get rid of. freaking chat mods. If you overlap cow traps, do you extend the duration? No, but you pick off where you left off in terms of the damage from the duration, or if it's capped or whatever. Like let's say you have full duration on one cow trap and then you place another one, then you keep the damage bonus at max. That's what happens. Oh, I got, wow. Really? Did that answer your question? Yeah, man, you're welcome. Yeah. We'll play Sword tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna need some mats though. I totally missed. That's actually not bad. That was like slightly over 4 minute 109. I'm gonna throw on Penitent Greaves for a bit. Which fix is better on daggers, poison, nova, dot, or damage? Well, technically speaking, percent damage double dips in an interesting way. Which is why we take percent damage. But I mean, if you do damage over time, that's fine too as well. I think Zarya does damage over time, but Woody does percent damage there. I don't think you can go wrong with either way. Okay. So this is basically adding 15% more damage for by getting rid of Share Misery, which is always rough. You have a 3 GA bow with dex percent damage and dot. That'd be ideal for puncture. Yeah. I mean, you'll be a little squishy because you don't have a health on it, but
Need more time.
yeah, basically. Well, Weird Al's parody of it.
More time.
House Heartseeker for Ubers, very good.
It needs time to recharge. Need more time.
I'm surprised that explosion didn't kill me.
Need more time.
Weird Al's the goat. Dude's very talented, man. I don't know if anyone ever watched or used to follow Epic Rap Battles of History, where Weird Al played Isaac Newton, I believe it was, and like he straight up killed it on that character.
Need more time.
Actually, very nice. That was a 2 stagger kill on the 109. In general, exploit is better than malice, but the difference is not so significant unless you're pushing one. Yeah, it's very small. I mean, the thing about it, what makes, yeah, I mean, it's very small, pretty much. Is weapon mastery good to get on the aim with a Heartseeker? You got 3 weapon mastery, 2 malice. I mean, weapon mastery is probably one of the weaker ones to get. Like there's out of the 4 passes you could take, weapon mastery is probably towards the bottom of that. But it's not bad. Like it's still good. You said, am I using Shaker right now? Yeah. How much vulnerable damage do I have out of town or in town? 1656. You have 6 malice, 3 exploit, lucky hit. Do you redo the masterwork to hit ranks in the exploit? Not really, no. Honestly, it doesn't really matter like that in that sense. Not that I actually saw the question. It doesn't really matter. Like if you redo it or whatnot, you're not gonna notice a difference. Like you're not gonna all of a sudden be smashing something you weren't already smashing before with plus 6 malice. Wait, whatever that poison is.
To recharge.
Yeah, this device. Yeah, man, no problem. That was so bad. That was such a bad shadow step. I'm in a barrage. Well, in this case scenario, I'll return to it probably after the mid-season patch. Yeah, we have to get a good showing from a lane, like from someone with actually good gear. Wow, that hurt. Did I say this about Info on Friday? Yep, I sure did. Yeah, I'm quite surprised it's that early. It's like that quick, and they have that much stuff going on in the pipeline coming very soon. Like they're really killing it this season, or I guess in general right now. I rolled right into that.
Needs time to recharge.
The mods open over 700 back. I would mess without getting the 3GA. I'm not surprised. I mean, a 3GA would be rarer than a 1 in 70, 700 chance. I don't know why I stood right there while looking at the chat. What is happening? Yeah, I've been Googling, can't find an answer. If I buy the DLC right now, can I play the new class right now? No, it's for the expansion. It's expansion content. So like basically with any game, any Blizzard game really, or any game period, usually play the new class with the new expansion per se. No, you're good. You're good. Is it the downloaded content must buy? What happened if you decided to buy it? Nothing. You just play the base game. You don't get the new class. You don't get the new zone. Like those kind of things. But, I mean, you'll still be able to play the base game as it is. I'm pretty sure like seasonal stuff will still apply to the base game as well. Like the new seasons will still happen. You just won't get the new content that comes with the expansion. A cunning stratagem isn't in your Paragon board for Barrage. I think it is. At least on the Maxroll guide it is. I might have to make some changes and adjustments to that too as well. Bow or crossbow for Heartseeker build, whichever one you like better. It's the same damage, just one hits harder, one attacks faster, but it equates to roughly the same damage. I prefer crossbow. That's just because I like the way it sounds. Crossbows are way cheaper to get 2GA. Yep, that too. That's because everybody's running bows, so of course the demand for bows is like extremely high. So new characters locked behind DLC. Well, that's how it is for every. That's how it's always been. I wouldn't say it's locked behind it. Like that's always been the marketing strategy. They don't just give you they don't give you a brand new character for free. It's like a brand new class for free. Yeah, not happening. Because like making a new class, a class in general, like it's a lot of like work. So they're not gonna just give it to you for free. So yeah, it is gonna be behind DLC. Because the DLC is going to also cost money. So yeah, but it's always been that way. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's always been that way. Most games too, actually. Most games that you've already paid for per se, not like a free to play game per se, but like let's say, games that you buy at the original price when you do expansion and stuff like that, usually new content and sometimes new character classes or skill trees or whatever also gets added as well. Is the wings only from the $70 pre-order or is it from the any pre-order? Actually, I am not sure. I am not sure. The last one I played with Penitent Grooves. Is range viable now? Yeah, it's melee that's struggling.
I'm not ready.
So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna play a range rogue, now is the time to do it.
Need more time.
Yeah, I'm a range player myself, so I mean, I played bow rogue, even when Twisting Blades was the meta. You know, way back when. God, I hate those champion mobs.
Need more time.
If they don't do something similar like free kill or something, the game will die. To me, disappointments, bugs, and half baked content. I doubt it. I mean, people say that D4 will always remain dead, and then they come out with season 4, and lots of people have lots of positive things to say about it. Right now, D4 is obviously, you know, the best it's ever been, and they've done right by the community with this particular update. If they continue on this track, D4 will be fine. But no, I mean, from a business standpoint, they're not gonna just give you a free class just because launch didn't work out the way they wanted.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, they might give you some goodies or like that, like free cosmetic or whatnot, but they're not gonna sit there and just just do a whole brand new class for free. I mean, that's just business 101. Like, do people really expect that? Like, that's like one of the biggest marketing things you can do for like new content or expansions or whatnot. Like, you provide a new class with DLC, but you got to pay for it, and they know that you will because you want to put a new class. So Spiritborn is fun. I'm actually more excited about the new stuff that comes per class, like new skills on the skill tree, new Paragon boards, those kind of things. I'm not saying I'm not excited about the Spiritborn, but like, I know myself, I'll try it, and then most likely I'll be maining Rogue anyway, regardless. Unless it has, like, you know, some hard mechanics where you gotta push a bunch of buttons to make it happen, then maybe we'll see. Maybe I might stick around on the Spiritborn a little longer, but as it stands right now, I'm looking forward to trying it, but I'm pretty sure I'll be back on Rogue.
Need more time.
Kyle Jones says, I never understood why someone who clearly doesn't like something watches it. So that's an understandable comment, right? But there are those that might just like the content. Like, they might like the streamer or the vibes or whatever, but may not care for the content. Actually, I have a couple of mods who don't like Diablo 4. Right, so the Spiritborn has glaives, it looks like. Glaive is like the primary weapon there. That's what it looks like. Ah, I messed up my cow trap duration. Oops. GG. Double kill. Borla, what's up, man? So, Borla, if you want to play twos now, we can. If you're still up to it. Now that I'm back to Heartseeker. Doesn't run a pitch, yeah. Watch Dahlia be Maxroll's first spirit guide builder. Doubt it. Spiritborn guide builder. Everybody's gonna want to do like Spiritborn when it comes out. You're lucky you can use the grouping DR of your support druid. Log on. We can play for a little bit. But yeah, that was a double KO. Run one? Okay. Where are those boots? I never put things where they should be or where they belong. I think this is right here. Okay. And then frostbitten back. Frostbitten very misery. Alright. Let's do a traditional farm level, so it's a 104 I guess. Still going for amulets.
Too bad, friend.
Is it? Yeah, that was a 109. Like I was farming 109s early or for the past like 30 minutes to an hour. But I mean 104, 105 is like the sweet spot for like speeds I guess for me on this setup. 100s are at the moment probably just a little ow what? I just got mauled right there. But yeah, 100s are slightly too easy mode at the moment.
To recharge. Need more time.
Took way longer than I wanted. Why did we max out dash on Andario's build? To max out dash? We don't max it out. you kidding me? My freaking shadow step was on cooldown. And I was stuck right getting like clotheslined by the lightnings. For real, for real. That was a really unfortunate. These things are still here? Wait, are these permanent? Okay, well, I was like, man, that's a long time those are out for.
Need more time. Need more time.
This should have been a much faster run, but I died twice. Being way too aggressive.
Needs time to recharge.
So note to self: stop trying to engage with shadow step. That's generally usually when I die. Is like when I jump in with shadow step, and I just get CC'd and my shadow step is on cooldown. Oh snap! It's a join bug again. Hold on, boiler. What is better, bow with GA vulnerable damage or crossbow with GA on vulnerable damage index? Kind of hard to decide to choose which. I mean, technically speaking, if we're just going from a stat perspective, I mean the crossbow would be, because I mean technically speaking, the crossbow and bow are basically the same damage. You either shoot 22% faster or you hit 22% harder. So if you have better stats than the crossbow, then technically speaking, the crossbow is just going to be better per se. I still think that it should be preference though. If you still prefer the bow, then go bow.
Oh. Greetings.
Oh no, this is a bowler. I think he's he wants to use his support druid. Alright. What were you running earlier, bowler? Do you have any expectations for the mid-season patch? Oh yeah, a lot. Usually they come with a lot of changes for the mid-season patch, so I'm actually pretty excited with to see what they're having coming up. Ain't up to you, it's up to the DPS. Let's just see what the 110 feels like first, and then we go up from there. Zekai, what's going on? I say, oh, bro. Can I rate your build and items? I mean, like out of like a 1 out of 10 type thing, or is it 0 out of 10? You just want like a. Are you wanting help, or are you just kind of wanting like? That pull is really nice though. That freaking champ mobs are hard to hit. There we go. That was good. That was good. I waited for you. So you started to a streamer. I mean, I am generally pretty helpful. I just got into a party with one of the Maxroll Druid guys, so I don't want to kind of keep him waiting at the moment. It's primarily why I don't do groups, because then I can't do stuff like that, right? I am really tanky though. Oh, you mean the message? Okay, I see what you mean. All right, Kyle Jones, you have a good one. Yo, I got mobbed by that lightning. I guess res, we're good. You couldn't click? Do I use Shaco or normal helm like in the planner? I use Shaco most of the time. Sometimes I will rock the normal helm. Is Diablo tray safe? Yes. Oof, that hurt. So you're wondering what's stopping you from going further in the Piss Nightmare dungeons? Give me an idea of... Alright, so... What pit tier are you struggling with? That'll give me a better idea of what you're missing. What's the song? It's by Dax. Underground artist. The Starless guys be good? No. Rapid fire, no. No. Most uber uniques and uber uniques are not really good for most rogue builds. Most.
Need more time.
Electra.
Need more time.
I might have to like kind of sit on top of the mobs when you pull them, boilers, so I don't like pull them away. I feel like I'm pulling them away sometimes. In what situations would you use regular helm over shake 'em? Honestly, just for shits and giggles. Like there isn't like a content where I think one is better than the other. It's just I feel like using legendary helm today or for the next couple of hours, and then the other. Yeah, seriously, like that's really it. Give attack speed increase. Okay, I felt the attack speed increase from just stutter stepping around. Apathy. Did you hear what I said by chance? Or your ass gone? I'm sorry. Yeah, I wonder what I can give up defensively though. Now that you're doing your thing, because I usually play really glassy anyways. So like, I don't even know if I can squeeze out more damage per se. Now that I have more defense from your druid. Aw, really? Yeah, I'm already Emerald. I run Emerald in generals. I'm just trying to stay on top of them. There you go. Hey, Mr. World Boss. So Apathy, can you give me an idea, like, what tier pit are you struggling with? Or I guess what's I can kind of tell you what's wrong based off of almost that by itself. Also got to make sure that I don't CC them before you pull. There you go. Oh, that hurt. That was a really good guess in the cow trap right there, from like where you was gonna pull. Like that was legit just a guess. Like a Z monk. Sounds about right, yeah. He's a couch. I can't say it any other way. No, apathy. I mean, I want to help you. Like if I can get an idea of what you're trying to accomplish, or I guess where you are in the pits, I can legit probably tell you what's wrong. I don't mind. California. That's a first. How am I using poor sharpie abilities just for damage reduction? It's for crit chance. Crit chance and also easier retribution proc. But yeah, that way trap mastery gives me 12% more crit chance, which allowed me to kind of take a roll off my gear for crit chance to get like a different stat for more damage. How do I feel about the newest uber unique tier might? As a rogue, it doesn't really do anything for us, so I don't feel anything about the new uber unique as a rogue. Can't speak for other classes though. Let's go a little higher. Let's do let's go 115. Oof. Snakes be snaking, bro. See what kind of pull he does here. There we go. Oh, he's sub already. Was pulling in like that. Something that the druid has. Magic, there you go. Am I relying on CC? Yeah. A lot of my double dipping comes from CC effects. So when they're not crowd control immune, I do a lot of damage. When they are, it kind of falls off a bit. Kind of like old school Sork, I guess. Okay, we can try it next. Yeah, I mean, I CC really well though, like in terms of like getting things crowd control, whatever. Like, does Malice double dips versus exploit and or? Well, Malice actually triple dips. That's why Malice is so good. It's better to be aggressive so enemies don't go unstoppable. I mean, they will eventually. But yes, you want to try to like, once you got them crowd control, you want to wail on them as quickly as you can before they become unstoppable or whatever. Yeah, exploit double dips too. Frigid Finesse is the only one that's like legit in this conversation, and it's really, really good without any like shenanigans. Your frozen enemies also count as chill? Yes, it does. Solo, should I be pit pushing or farming bosses? Well, if you're farming bosses, then that's kind of indicating that you need stuff, or you're looking for a unique or whatever, right? If that's what you need, then sure. Pit pushing doesn't really do anything for you. That's kind of like the I have all the pieces I need. Let me see how far I can take my build type of deal. So two different activities for two different purposes. This is also a bad boss for me, Bramble. Let's see if I'm taking enough to stand here. I probably am. Ah, miss. Yeah, Bramble was a terrible boss for Heartseeker. We kind of got unlucky here. Bramble is so bad. So bad. Yeah, hopefully this dagger will kill him. Come on. Come on. No. No. That's my highest solo pit level as a rogue. Honestly, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't do any pushing. So like I assume like a 123, 124 probably, somewhere around that range. That was kind of like speed content. That was like speed. I think that was done in like 8 minutes, 9 minutes roughly. I did get a good boss at the end of that though. Nothing good here. Yeah, Boiler, yeah. So like some bosses like that one just takes forever. It could have been worse, but yeah. Do swords versus dagger matters that much of Heartseeker? Nope. You pick whatever one rolls best. That roll better. Don't know anyone that likes Bramble. This is not Barrage. I was lied to. I was playing Barrage earlier. I'm sorry. Holy Elixir or Advantage. On Rogue, Advantage. Always Advantage, basically. Why do we max out Dash on and Darsba? So that's the second time I heard that. I don't think I did that. Or whatever. Let me triple check. I can't imagine me doing that like on accident. Specialized Rogue. Darius Puncture. Yeah, actually, why is there five ranks to dash?
Just got
there? That's weird.
raided, son.
Oh, Juggernaut with the raid.
You know how we do.
What up, man?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
I'm real late to the dance. My bad. Sheezy. Out. What's up, man? How's it going?
Juggernaut raided my
The
stream
Crossbear
with
game is
30
here.
views.
Pretty much. What's going on, man? You want to do the 115 again, Boiler? Or did you make any changes? Yeah, I don't know why there's +5 to dash there. That's weird. I'm looking at every variation. Yeah, there's +5 to dash. Why is that a thing? Appreciate the prize, y'all. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know, y'all. I really don't know. It shouldn't be there. I'll put it that way. Let me jump to this skill tree. Hold on. What in the world? Yeah, why? I don't know why. Okay, yeah, I will fix that. Don't worry. I have to be at the stream though, but yes. All right, I'm ready. Just start play D4. I've been following your Heartseeker on Maxroll. Really appreciate it, man. Yeah, man, you're welcome. I enjoyed putting it together. But Jug, what's going on, man? So Shake with the Full Heartseeker, but they only use Uber Unique. Yeah, that's the case for all most rogue builds in general. There's usually only one Uber Unique. Most of the time is Shaco, and Dario's is Andy's. Morris K, what's happening? SGB, what's happening? I saw you earlier. I don't know if I like acknowledge you, but I saw you earlier. How's it been, man? Waller is screwing me up. Back to the D3 days. Yeah, I know. I realized why. Now why you guys were saying that. I was like, wait a minute, did I ever do that? Pretty big oversight there. I wonder what happened because like I did it. Obviously before that I put on Maxroll. Woody Joe reviewed it. So like, apparently I didn't catch it and he didn't catch it. So it's like really weird. Did you have a great anniversary or Twitch anniversary? Very nice. How long has it been for you? That you've been streaming. The Fire Heartseeker build is awesome. Is it worth using Vampiric Aspect instead of chance to vulnerable prop? It's kind of up to you, honestly. I still feel like the stat is worth. But I also have a lot of lucky hit chance, so your mileage may vary. Freaking champ mobs, man. No, CC. Ow. 2 years this Friday. You said 1,500 followers. You're feeling great. Very nice. So let me ask you a question, Jug. Do you still enjoy it as much as you did when you first started? Or do you enjoy it more now? Or less? Yeah, bro, this is a very, very rough mod type. We got champions into all these ground effects, into suppressor. Luca gonna make history? I doubt it. I wish, but like Maverick's down what 3-0 now. Luca sitting there fouling out with 4 minutes left. Like what the hell, Luca? What am I doing? What is that? How is that killing me? Bruh. Alright. I'm playing horrible this rift. This run. Yeah, but these other fixes are like really, really nasty though. I mean, if it's gonna be one team, which gets reversed through 4-0'd in the NBA Finals, first time in history, it's gonna be against Boston.
I need more time. Need more time. Need more time. Need more time.
Yeah, but what's so different about this run versus the previous run? I felt like I was like a sharpshooter, really. Can't give us a good boss. I'm on like a new season? A lot, actually. Definitely better than the previous seasons by a long shot. Even without like the actual season theme. Can I show you what Broiler's playing? I guess I can check his profile. Honestly, I love it just as much as when I started, so that's having fun. Get to hang out with great people, couldn't ask for more. That's always important, man. What? Because I mean, I think sometimes when you get into content creating like that, sometimes you kind of get like, not tunnel vision isn't really the right word for it. But you get to a point where it's just like you want to do it, right? And then of course everyone, you know, wants a growth of some sort, that you sometimes have to take a step back and be like, is this really what you want to do? Or are you doing it because you think you've already kind of invested this much time into it that you might as well keep going, sort of thing, and that maybe it'll pay off or whatnot. Just depending on what the goals are, right? Like the long-term goals are. And sometimes it's nice to kind of like take a step back and just see for yourself. It's like, you know, do I still enjoy it? You know what I mean? Like, do you still enjoy it initially doing what you're doing? That's always a very important thing for your mental health, especially. I got your Boiler, but let me get this. I guess we can probably just leave now because the timer is out, right? I just realized the timer is gone. We're out of time, sir. What's the best rogue build for tournament bosses? Well, technically speaking, the one-shot rogue is technically the best, but I don't think it's worth the time to spec into that just for that content. But I mean, Amplifier or Heartseeker in general is fine. I've been I'm down for one more Boiler, and then I think I'm gonna go after that. Am I gonna start expansion as rogue? Probably. I will play. Well, Yeah, probably. Because I mean, everyone's gonna play Spiritborn at the start. But I will play the class. I just don't know if I'm gonna start with it. Can you slowly look at my gear? You want to see how I'm built? Okay, all I can quest. Press. This chest piece here. Gloves. Pants. Boots. Weapon. Other weapon. Other weapon. First ring. The song. Second ring. Homie's just like same reason I got married. Oh, what a comment. The amulets here. Alright. We'll go for the 115 again. It'll be the last one. Those pants, man. I actually had better pants that I actually sold for gold instead. Like a lot of gold. You've been setting small goals. Then people would say that to purchase these goals, like just hit one personal goal. Ooh, that hurt. I don't know how to get to that champ mob. It's up to the RNG of my Heartseeker to get to ricochet on that. There you go, the champs. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying don't have any goals per se, Juggernaut kind of thing. Like, it's always cool to have goals. I think at the end of the day, I think as someone who's, you know, also trying to continue to grow and things or whatever, mental health is a very, very, very important thing in this. It's the one thing I think people don't necessarily realize so much on the other side of the equation. Like, you know, like obviously we're streaming to people and we have fun, or hopefully we're having fun doing so, right? But it becomes really taxing to kind of continue to do content or come up with content or things that people will be interested in watching, and then doing it for a extended period of time, with specific expectations, etc. So like, as long as you're enjoying what you do and you're doing what you're wanting to do and you're able to be the person that you want to be as you're doing through all this, then you're gonna always, you know, have a positive outlook on you continuing. And I say this as someone who has gone through this. Like, I mean, I've gone through this before, where it's just like, you know, is this what I really want to continue to do for? And obviously, this isn't full time, right? Like, I have another job, but it's like, how much time and effort do I really want to pour into this, and whatnot? And am I having fun doing so? But yeah. Yeah, it's good to hear that. It's good to hear that you're having fun. So that's awesome. Just try Elden Ring. I thought about it actually. When there's some downtime, I probably will. Like, you know, when the season's like coming to a close and, you know, people are kind of moving on, I do try other games. I do want to play some Hades too, for sure. Like that's definitely on the table. My ass isn't reading anything longer than 2 lines. So coming from a metal vocalist, am I to assume that your songs are maybe what, 20 seconds long? Or do you just have like a repeat of the first and second line of your vocals? If you're doing something you enjoyed and your content will be enjoyable to watch. True, but I think it's harder to look at it that black and white when you're starting off as a content creator, because you know you don't know what brings in people to watch, and so you want to try different things, or you look at what other people are doing versus like trying to establish your own thing in a way. And it's hard. It's like hard. You don't know what people are gonna want to see in you, right? When I first started, I kind of let my chat kind of determine what I was in terms of my vibe, in a sense. So the whole chill vibes and the relaxing atmosphere or whatnot, like that was determined by the chat, not because I wanted them to tell me what to do or what to be, but that's just what they saw naturally. So it was like they'll come in and it's like, hey, chill vibes, digging the music or digging the playlist, or hey, totally relaxed vibes in here, So like enough people have said it to where I'm just like, huh, okay, well, that's what you see naturally, so I guess I'll build around that, because that's just what you see from me just being me, right? So you do find a stream more enjoyable when a content creator engages with the chat. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I can see that. You want viewers, then go play Fortnite. It's actually the worst. That's actually the opposite, because Fortnite has so many streamers in that category that if you're new, you're definitely not gonna. Your chances of you getting discovered is like slim to none. Because who's gonna scroll down, looking at 500, streamers or like that with like 1 or 2 viewers or at a time and be like, you know what, I'm gonna watch that one. Like on Twitch, like the reality of it is just Twitch is terrible for discovery, right? So the bigger the game, more popular the game, the worse it is for a new creator, or newer creator. It's kind of hard to have a fake personality on stream. Are you sure? I guarantee you there's someone that you watch right now, I won't mention his name, but he's in the action RPG variety-ish somewhat, and he definitely puts on a facade. And people don't know that that's not the way that he acts normally. It's always Quinn. Wow, damn! I didn't even have to sit there. Oh man, no, he guessed it right. Quinn is nowhere near as toxic in real life. Auto unsub if I see you on Fortnite. Don't worry, man. My first person or third person shooter skills are non-existent. You'll never see me touch a game like that. How dare you talk about Rex like that? I don't think me and Rex could ever be friends in real life though. I don't like tacos. I think that's like, I'm pretty sure I'm blacklisted. I'd be blacklisted. Blacklisted, restraining order, and all that. We're talking about like a digital restraining order. Oh, I got pushed into the thing. What? No way. How do I not like tacos? I don't know. If you and my taste buds can kind of like, meet up and you know, have a conversation or so, or whatnot, and you know, you can ask it why it doesn't like tacos if you would like. That's the same thing that just happened before. What? I got pushed into the circle thing and then I died. You don't like the tacos I've tried so far? I actually used to work at like for a short time I did like serve at a or I was a waiter at a kind of an upscale Mexican restaurant, so like I had the chance to try all the tacos I wanted, and yeah, just still didn't like tacos. I just don't like Mexico food and like Mexican food in general. I don't know. I mean, I just can't. Like, I just don't know. I mean, my brain wants to like Mexican food, but I mean, how do I tell my taste buds to like, you know, chill out? You know what I'm saying? Say, hey, we did it. It's funny because like when I was in the drum line in college, the whole like we had this Mexican restaurant that was close to campus or whatever. It was called El Patio, and the whole drum line would go all the time, and like I would always, you know, cringe because it's just like, I obviously didn't want to go, but everyone else did, so but I would go, and I'm the only one that orders a T-bone steak there, and so like over time, like they knew who I was. Like basically, I walk in and like I get greeted by the staff as like, hey, it's a guy who orders a T-bone steak. Hey, it's a guy. Like I'm known for what I order at the restaurant because I'm the only one that orders a T-bone steak at that restaurant. So I'm sure they probably only stock just enough for me to eat. Just for me to order that. GG's, boiler. But yeah, I don't know, just yeah. So yeah.
The beast lives within you.
What I meant was it must be hard on yourself to keep a facade while streaming. Yeah, I'm sure for those who do it like that, yeah, because you're pretty much you're acting, you're playing a character for X amount of time, like not just like maybe 30 minutes, but you're playing a character for hours upon hours, for days, and you know weeks, you know months like that. So, I mean, yeah, I'm sure that's exhausting to do. But I mean, if playing that character is having you make six figures plus a year, then despite your mental health, you would probably still do it, right? I won't say you particularly, but I mean, it people would do it. Die T-bone Minox. Is it a taste? I don't know. I guess like it's again, it's just taste buds are an interesting thing on the human body, and it's one of those things where like, yeah, like your mind can want something, and then your taste buds is just like, bro, why? I mean, I if I could get taste bud surgery, you know, I'd probably consider. If that was a such thing. If I can just replace like maybe the 10% of my taste buds for ones that actually do like tacos, I'd probably go for it. I'm going to TwitchCon. Nah, I won't be able to go. Conflicts, unfortunately, schedule conflicts. Same with potatoes. Oh, I like some potatoes. Big W said, "I would like to see you and Barricade do a collab." We were actually supposed to at one point. I think it was like towards the launch of the game. Was it the launch of the game or season one? One of the times. I think he reached out to me, but I was like overwhelmed with the amount of like work, school work, and then the amount of like Maxroll work I had to do at the time. I just couldn't do the collab, and I was kind of sad about it because I really do like Barricade a lot. I feel like he's he's a creator that like every game needs. I don't know how to like really say it any more than that, but I feel like he's like the creator that every game needs. Like every game genre like that like needs a Barricade. Then it was going on. Appreciate the T1 for 6 months in advance. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I appreciate you, man. People will tell you potatoes are good while their shit is drenched in gravy and butter. I mean, that to me that sounds good. Cinders and condition developments. Shaco versus a very well rolled leg with greater affix, like a chance for Heartseeker. They're very close, honestly. Like offensively, they're very close. What makes the Shaco stand out is the defense that the plus ranks give you. Like, so you get +4 ranks to Dark Shroud, which makes you quite a bit tankier because of that. So the Shaco is actually more of a defensive upgrade rather than an offensive upgrade. It's like a side grade for offense, but an actual defensive upgrade for defense. But yeah. Is GA ring attack speed for straight damage good for rapid fire? Yeah. I made mashed potatoes tonight and they were great. Homemade, right? Homemade. You said, have I ever hit up DM for a joint stream? I mean, typically speaking, like DM is like, he's like in a different realm. What I mean by that is like, that's not a bad thing at all, but like, he's like in the Rax category, like, you know, like the Rax, the Woody Joes, the Datmas. Like he's a major player in the game now, right? Usually collabs like that would be, you know, with people who are like similar, like status isn't really the right word for it because DM doesn't look at it that way. I'm 100% sure, but it's like collabs like that, you know, you're gonna want to do with people who are also pretty well known. Right, so DM is pretty well known. So when you do collabs and whatnot, you're doing it with several different streamers who are kind of known in the general environment of things, right? Like I'm known in my kind of niche, Diablo 4 Rogue. Like I'm in that kind of corner of the you know, content creation area, right? So like I know where I stand, but I'm definitely not anywhere. Like I'm not known in the sense of, oh, you know, D4 in general or action RPGs in general or just content in general. Like those guys are, I'm kind of just, you know, you heard of me if you're a rogue player, and that's mostly it. That's kind of what happens. I remember DM from his Raid Shadow Legends days when he had 20 viewers. Yeah, I was actually a fan of him when he was doing Diablo Immortal. You're no way. You know what I'm saying? Like I was a fan of him when he was doing Diablo Immortal. Like his rise is nuts. From, you know, starting out with or transitioning to Diablo 4 and just that rise he got from that is absolutely insane. But he definitely deserves it. He deserves all of it. Super happy for him. What I think about Temerity for hardcore. For hardcore, or you see Harlequin's Quest with their crazy lucky hit, he'll proc. I I don't think it's worth dropping an aspect for it, because the problem with temerity is that you lose plus 6, 7, or 8 ranks to Heartseeker. So I just don't think it's worth losing that many ranks to Heartseeker for temerity. If you want to get tankier, I would honestly just do a Doombringer. If you're trying to get like I think you give up a little less by doing that versus doing. Well, actually, no, not really. No, that's not true. Couch observation is just nuts. Yeah, I still wouldn't do temerity. I see what you're saying, but man, you lose way too many ranks to Heartseeker. DR from trap, is it okay to remove? Yes, it is. If you have to cap the poison, yeah, for sure, you can do that. Does glove give more attack speed, crit chance like you hit in the ring on the same stat range? Yes, slightly more, yes. That's how I found you, is because of the road. You watch any other D4 streamers? I do. I mean, I watch Woody Joe quite a bit because Woody Joe plays a lot like I do, and not like in the safe manner, but like mechanically. Like he's a micro player that just has incredible gameplay sense, right? So I like watching him because we play a lot of like mechanically. But if I'm just like chilling or whatnot, like I tend to watch streams that aren't D4, honestly, most of the time. Has nothing to do with the creator, but like I like watching like Cell Kittens a lot. I mean, nobody probably knows who that is, but I do rate her quite a bit, and she hangs out here a lot. But she's just like, I like streams where I can like lurk in and not care what they play, and they're just like it, like the atmosphere, the personality is just like contagious per se. So like Cell Kittens is one, Flavine's another that I watch, that I lurk a lot in. But yeah, I think Woody Joe is probably the one I watch the most in terms of D4 is concerned. Like D4 content creators, you got Woody, Barricade, Rax, of course. I don't really get to catch Dark Mars that much because he tends to stream roughly around the same time as I do. Sladra. Hang out with Juggernaut. He doesn't know that I'm there sometimes, but I am. Panda Glassjaw is a ridiculously good player that doesn't get enough credit, in my opinion. Chronix too, whenever he's on. Do I want to ring with GA crit damage attack speed for your rapid fire build? No, thank you. I appreciate it though, but no thanks. I'll probably break it and then be mad. Don't think of yourself as just a rogue, bro. You could collaborate with him and showing how you play a new class. That'd be cool too. I think right now though, apathy, it's very hard to break out of something that you start as niche. If that makes sense, because I try. Like I think I know this is kind of turning into just chatting stream now, but hope you guys enjoy the background while we're doing this. Like I try to make general content for D4, and it just doesn't really, like the audience isn't there. Like I've tried at least 7 or 8 different videos between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, and like not a single one generalized content. Not a single one did like even okay. Like way under like what my channel metrics says I should have done in a sense. So because I'm not a full-time content creator, I don't know if I can keep churning out those type of videos, because it takes time to edit those and come up with a topic, do a script if necessary, and get enough information about the topic and things. So like I can't just throw videos at the wall and then hope like one gets good and people are like, hey, I actually like that video, and then people come to watch that and it's like, oh, you do this too, and then you can kind of branch out that way because you made enough videos that you failed with for one to finally kind of land. But like, but you can do that if you're full-time content creator because you have time to do that. But for me, it's like if I make a video, I'm spending all my free time doing it between work and then the stream. So I will work, I will come home, do a video, edit, maybe eat if I have time, then stream, and then there's zero time in between. So when a video fails, it has a much bigger impact on me because it's like, man, that was on my free time. Like legit all of my free time, right? Versus like, oh, that didn't work. All right, cool. I'll just make another one in the morning time. You know, that's a little different, right? Because it's like, I think that's kind of where I'm at with it. So I'm not gonna say I'm gonna give up on trying to get into the generalistic content stuff for Diablo 4, or even maybe some other action RPG games, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a while before people are gonna be like, hey, I actually kind of like his take on D4 overall, so I'm gonna watch this overall. But I do have an idea though. I think if there's anything that I've learned by doing content creation is that people like short videos. Like if they don't know you, the shorter the video, the better. Slow Joe with the 5 gifted subs, appreciate you. You're doing good on streams though, just saying personal opinion. This is the first time I watch you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind remarks. Is there a DR cap? You're not gonna reach it on road, so go as much damage reduction as you would like. But appreciate the gift of subs. If they like your content, the longer the better. Well, that's once they know you. Like once you gain them like their loyalty in a sense, and like they know you, they're gonna watch whatever you do no matter what. And that's it. You see what I'm saying? So like, let's say for instance, like if Rax puts out an 1.5-hour video talking about Diablo 4's future, people are gonna watch that, right? But like if someone like, let's just say for example myself, do even half that time, no one's gonna watch that, right? Because it's gonna be like, well, who's the Oxide for one, and two, why would I watch a 45-minute video about someone I don't even know, right? Like that's kind of where it comes from. So I guess my thought is that my idea would be like, if I was to try to break into the generalistic content thing, is to make short videos, do like, you know, season 5 explained in 3 minutes or something. So people are going to be like, huh, okay, I got 3 minutes. I can at least click and see if he actually gets, you know, all the information out in 3 minutes. Like you might be curious. It's like, man, really? Did he like can he really tell me everything I need to know in 3 minutes? I got 3 minutes. I can click. We'll see. You know, like that's what I think I have to do in order to kind of at least get people interested to even take a shot at looking at what I'm doing, if that makes sense. So those are my future ideas. I kind of threw it out there right now, but yeah, I think those kind of things where I'm not known, doing short form videos and telling people what they want to hear quickly and to the point and fast, will kind of, you know, get into, obviously the videos won't make as much money, but at that point, that's not the point. The point is to grow. So maybe you can do Aurora Rice videos playing for the South. If you already have a nice frigid Amy, why would I want anything but chance to freeze? Because you want to stagger the boss faster, and so you having multiple utilities stuff or multiple different crowd control stuff would allow you to be able to stagger the boss quicker, considerably quicker. How much location do I have? 47% without the elixir. But all right, we are going to grade out because I am in a little bit of pain, so definitely need to lay down. I see what you're saying, because it truly is a challenge holding people's attention. I have a hard time myself explaining things to coworkers, and that is with the PowerPoint presentation. That's with pictures and videos and all the colorful stuff. Yeah, I totally understand. Thorns Rogue thoughts, not possible. So you're underestimating myself. It's just hard though. Like I think failure is easy when you have the time to continue to fail to get good at it. Right. As a musician, as someone who teaches music for musician, like that's just something that you like you're trying to go for, gigs or apply for gigs or, auditions and whatnot, like you're going to fail. Like this, that's just natural. You're going to fail. It's just I think right now, I guess don't have the time to fail. I think that's the thing. I'm not discouraged, more so as in like, man, like, do I have enough time to really throw it out there and be like, all right, that didn't hit. Let's go again. Okay. That video didn't hit. Let's go again. Okay. This video was okay. We'll try again. Like I just don't have enough time to kind of throw things at the wall with that. So that's the hard part. We'll figure it out though. We'll figure it out. I think we are growing. I think we're definitely doing better this season for sure. I do think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Heartseeker is popular, and I was the one that wrote it on Maxroll, or put it on Maxroll two weeks before the season came out. So I think a lot of that rise kind of came from there, at least at the start. So we'll see what happens. 5 malice, 2 exploit, or 6 exploit. Well, I mean, I will always go with a double passive over just a single passive. Nirvana. All right. We are going to go to Foxmaker. Appreciate the sub. Thank you. There was I Am Sarah. I haven't rated her in like forever. She hit me up a couple of times in the past. We'll go there. I'm new to Twitch. Watching thing in the community so far has been awesome. And yeah, have your own styles is enjoyable. It's crazy to me how Rob cuts his YouTube videos mid Twitch stream. Yeah, a Macro Bio Boy does that too. I kind of want to learn to do that too, but I feel like my PC will blow up if I try to record, like stream on 2 different platforms and record at the same time. I'm pretty sure like my entire like neighborhood would just like blow up basically. And I mean, I have a good PC, so it's not like but like I don't know. So Rob is a wild content creator. He's very, very efficient. Very, very efficient. Love your Heartseeker builds, man. Blasting with it. Only build that actually feels good on strong on console. Hopefully Rapid Fire will get the fix it needs come next week. Yeah, Rob is the how do I put this? Like, you look at the word efficient in like a dictionary, like you will literally see Rob with the salute happening. Like literally, like that's it. Like not even like an actual like sentence or description of efficiency. You just see a picture of Rob. That's all it is. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here as always. I'll be back tonight, I guess. Yeah, tonight as well. Hopefully, my body starts to recover a bit better. For some reason this past week has been kind of rough. So, but yeah, we'll play some Sword tomorrow, I think, or tonight. Other than that, enjoy I Am Sarah. And as always, till next time.